host of them all. Hello, fellow Americans. Thank you for being here with the greatest host of them all. He is fantastic. He is so great. I love this host, and everybody agrees with me. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show.
It is a work in progress. Work in progress. Let's see. All right. I hope you guys enjoy that. Yeah, we're gonna put the I think it's hella funny. Welcome. Happy what is today? I don't even know what day it is. I've been doing so much research. Happy Friday. No, wait. April Fools. Happy Hump Day. Hump day. You guys remember that commercial? Man, it was so annoying, but it was funny. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here, supporting me one more day. I appreciate every single one of you guys in here. In and Out has been the first one on the live today. Robert, good morning. Waza. Brian remembers the times when those commercials were hot. They were live. You guys remember the commercial from X, Generation X? They say we are generational slackers. You remember that? Skateboarding, X Games, all that stuff was new to us. Yes, we were the generation that lives through that. And if you are 50 years old or about, you are probably like myself. We are in the middle of old school thinking and also new school acknowledging. Good morning, Paul. What the hell? This how you say good morning, bro? Man, these people. You see this? I come in here with some new positive vibes, exciting about life, trying to bring you guys some entertainment. And for some reason, there's always people that are so miserable with their lives. Why is that? Tanya, always so good to see you. You are the sunshine to this chat in the morning. I will say this. I had some yucky coffee because I ran out of real coffee. It was horrible. And right now, I am in need of some real coffee. I have one more bag, I think, of Honduras coffee. But I'll be honest with you. It's not what I thought it was going to be. This is the coffee that I remember. Oh, 2 bags. All right, I might make some coffee. This was the coffee that I thought was the best in Honduras. But I'm truly disappointed. It's just the flavor. It's not what I remember. And there's another brand of coffee that is called Azteca, and I didn't like that coffee. So I'm really not sure what would be the equivalent sort of flavored coffee, but I think so far I love the way the Folgers smells in the morning. So I will make some time to try to get some coffee going here. If you haven't already done so, go ahead and hit that like button. Let's get this party started. All right, first of all, I want you to pay attention to that. Nescafe. No. It was Folgers, instant coffee. Folgers. But it just has this weird taste. I don't like it. It smell good. It's got some weird ass taste on it. I don't know what the hell it is, but yeah. So I want you to pay attention to this sign right above here. Okay. No Kings. Now this is a meme from about a year or so ago. Okay. This is a meme from last year, for the last No Kings rally. You know, here. You know what? Before we jump into that sign, why don't we go ahead and share something about ourselves? Let me see what you guys are saying. I like to see these little Christmas lights, green and blues in there. If you haven't done so yet, I will appreciate it if you actually become a member. You don't have to be a superstar. You can take the lowest membership allowed, and you are going to be promoting my channel. And that is the way you show me love and support. And I appreciate it. It's not mandatory, but that is just an extra mile that you can go with me. And I'll appreciate that. And I will be going out and maybe capturing some videos. Tell me what you want to see. There is a lot of things that I want to do with this channel. Now, one of the things that you've heard me talking about before, I want to be able to go live anywhere. When I go up to the mountains, when I go to hidden lakes, when I go to secret areas where people don't know about here in Washington, and I would love to be able to go live anywhere I go. So I want to start carrying my drone more often. I'm going to be making some more time to get out. Now, this is not going to happen until I actually get Starlink. Starlink, I was gonna get it. I was gonna get it last month. I was ready to go. $150 a month, I think it was, unlimited internet, mobile access, anywhere, And then they tell me, "What's your address?" And I said, "I give my address." And they said, "Oh, well, that address, it's very popular, and it's on high demand." They said it's on high demand for our product, and so there's a $500 fee. What? Wait a minute. You're telling me that I'm going to pay you $248 for the equipment, the kit, right? And then you're going to charge me $150 a month, and you want a $500 fee? What the hell is that about? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but dude, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to get Starlink. I get the convenience, but $150 for up to 300 megabytes? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for 300 megabyte download. Elon, talk to the sales guys. What's going on? You got to be able to hook it up for a brother. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, so I'm going to end up paying the $500 because I really need it. I really want to take you with me wherever I go. And so if I am driving, like for example, if I take a drive to Canada, for example, right? I'm about 2 hours from Canada. If I take a drive to Canada or whatever, I will be able to drive, be live with you, and I will try to find out, right, if they tell me something at the border and they say, "Oh, hey, you can't have that here," which I believe Canada is allowed to have Starlink, but I don't know how they will feel about me going across the border with it. I believe it goes through Mexico as well. So it's kind of interesting, right? It's kind of cool to have that. But I don't know all the ins and outs about it. I'm assuming that there's going to be some sort of, different rules for any country that I go into. But it will be phenomenal. I will be able to take you guys, right? I will be able to grab my camera because I can hook up my laptop. Now, there's a lot of things that got going on. Number one, it's about $3,000 for the solar generator that I want, okay? The solar generator, the reason why I want that, besides my own personal convenience of maybe a small heater in the middle of winter when I'm out camping, I want to be able to have a solar generator to hook up my laptop, my camera, and have that, on without dying on me. And because you guys know that sometimes I go live for 2-3 hours. What if I'm driving from here to Spokane and I'm doing a live? That's about 5.5-hour drive. So I got to be able to have that internet connection. You know what I'm saying? Like the only times that I will have to stop is to actually get gas and maybe grab a bite to eat. But I just think it'll be awesome. It'll be a whole different level of live, and we can still talk about politics. We can still talk about religion. But since we have about a couple of years now, since I found out yesterday that I cannot register myself as a candidate for governor in Washington until the actual year of election. I talked to many people, and this is the problem when you're gravitating from Tri-Cities, baby. Let's go. I will probably visit, brother. I will probably visit. So I talked to a lot of people about it, and this is the problem with information. That sometimes I don't call it misinformation. This is what I say. always take my advice, my opinion, with a grain of salt. Because that doesn't mean that I'm always going to be right, or that I'm always telling the truth. I might believe that, but it might not be, right? So a lot of people told me that I can go ahead and put my name on the ballot as long as it's an open window, right, to run for government. And I went on that. But then I finally decided to make a phone call and started talking to some people that know about how to do campaign and running and this and that. And I can't put my name in there until the year of the elections. For example, here in Washington State, the election is going to be November 2028, right? There is no midterm. Let's get this, king wannabe off of Washington State's governor seat. Nope, he gets his 4 years. And so I have to wait. We'll see where we at by that time. If they told me there was like 25 people on the Republican side, I don't know if that was a lie, probably an exaggeration, but they said there's 25 Republicans that are running for governor. And so we'll see. I'm going to do a lot of research. I'm going to get very well educated on politics, because I will tell you this. They gave me a reality check. And the thing about politics is just, I knew I didn't want to be in politics. I still don't. So what's going to happen here, okay? And this is for everybody that comes into my channel. Hopefully enough people get to hear this message, or you can share it or whatnot. I didn't like the interaction with the Republican person that I was talking to about campaigning. I didn't like the shark approach. Listen, we're fighters. We're competitors. And we're going to do whatever it takes to win for the people. And that's very important. I always felt that it was very important to have the heart for the people. And that's not what they told me. I always thought that if you were an American citizen and you wanted to fight for everybody to be equal, for everybody's rights to be protected, I thought you had to have a good heart. And the reality check was, no. Your intentions, your heart, what you want to do good for the people, it doesn't matter. That doesn't win campaigns, they said. What? Wait a minute. And it got me thinking. Wait a minute. What are you saying? Are you saying that you guys look at candidates to support for what? The answer was money. I was very disappointed. I was very disappointed. Because I think that a prerequisite for anybody that wants to run for office, money should not be number one priority. Money should not be number one priority. So I was disappointed. Oh, I'm a warrior, buddy. I am a big fighter. Absolutely. But there's a lot of warrior Americans here, a lot of native warriors as well that feel me, that are with me. And they understand what I'm talking about. Anybody that sides with me, it's not because I'm a Honduran American. It's not because of where I come from or no. It's because you agree with my policies and my views. What is my views? As a migrant, I've shared this many times. Everybody should be welcome in our country. This is a country, this is a land of migrants, of course. But why is it a land for migrants? It's not because migrants built it. It's because migrants came in and took advantage of the American dream. This land has been blessed, and I don't care what anybody says. It has been blessed because it has given itself to God. And God says, those who bless Israel, I want you to understand, there's going to be a new meaning given to you about who Israel is. Those who bless Israel. I want you to look in the context of Israel is my people, says the Lord. If my people but humble themselves and call on to me, I would answer. Who is my people? Israel is the example. But it's saying Israel equals my people. When we become Christians, when we accept Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, when we believe that God, the Father, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, when we say we believe and we accept, we are his people. So, as his people, and if his people means Israel, those who bless Israel will be blessed. Those who curse Israel will be cursed. If you have ears to hear what I'm saying and what the Lord is saying, listen to what I just said. I hope that God gives you clearance, gives you a revelation so that you would understand what that means. I find it very interesting that the way that the God speaks to people, it's in so many ways, and people don't understand. People don't know how to listen to God. How do you know it's God's? You go by the fruits. What do you want? Do you want what's lawful? Do you want what's good? What's love? What's respect? A lot of people don't even know what those words mean. And they think that because somebody says a cuss word, all of a sudden there's are evil people that go to hell. That's your interpretation of what you want to have as a Christian. See, I'm not the Christian that you want. Probably not. Most likely not. If you're a member of my channel, I know you're on my side, right? But just because you are different, I don't have the right to tell you that you're not a Christian either. You can call yourself a Christian, and I've said this many times. Our job is to love each other. I am not responsible for your soul. You are responsible for your own soul. So when I get people that come in here and start talking about, oh, this ain't no Christian. This guy doesn't know. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I'm not your kind of Christian. And that could be it. And maybe you can judge me. You can interpret it however you want. All I know is that if I believed that I had to be perfect to go to heaven, if I believe that if I didn't drink, I will go to heaven, if I believe that I will never fornicate, that I will never commit adultery, if I believe that my actions will get me into heaven, listen to this. If I believe that I have to give away all of my wealth to go to heaven, if I believe that following the law will take me to heaven, listen to this. If I believe that heaven and salvation was all due to my own sacrificing, then Jesus Christ came to die for nothing. I want you to understand that. Why do we need Jesus Christ in our life? Because we're imperfect. Because we can always be lawful. Because we're hypocrites. Because we're liars. We're adulterers. We're drunkards. We're sinners. And I don't care what level of sin you think you are. It is irrelevant. Grace and mercy comes from God. But whenever you get punished for your disobedience, don't blame God for that. Blame yourself. Make a change. You know, one of the things that I always say to people, and they seem to miss this point. I'm imperfect. I am weak. I am nobody. But God is perfect. He is almighty. all-knowing. He's omnipotent, omnipresent. And that's why I have to rely on him. I hope you're listening. That's why Jesus Christ, it's so important for our nation, for the United States of America. And we are looking at a time that I never thought that I was going to see. I never thought that I would see this time come in my life, in my lifetime. After all the history that we have learned, well, a lot of people don't even know history at all. Some people don't even know who Honduras is. Pathetic. It's just 2 countries south of the United States of America. But even though we know the history, I had a young man yesterday, probably in his 20s, maybe 30s. I had a young man yesterday on the phone. Most of you guys were with me. The guy has no idea how socialist, communist, and Marxist ideologies are one social democrat right now. They don't understand that. He didn't understand that. And when I try to give him the information about Venezuela, the most recent case of destruction, the most recent example, valid, factual, check it, see it, learn it, live it. Venezuela. They went from a conservative mind, a capitalist country, to a socialist, revolutionary country. They started with the good intentions of socialism. Hugo Chavez, and let me tell you something, and I want you to pay attention to this very, very carefully. The only reason why Hugo Chavez was able to bring poverty in Venezuela down to a 3%, it's amazing. The only reason why he was able to do that is because Venezuela was rich already. Let me say that again. The reason why he was able to bring the country poverty level down to 3% with socialism was because the wealth was already there. Oil prices fluctuated. They dropped. And Hugo Chavez, the socialist, started to see the wealth being depleted. And as the wealth depletes, those who are hungry for power will always abuse the weak and the ignorant. Here is the transformation for socialist to communist. He starts losing money. Now, he has a lifestyle that he can't afford to do. He has a lifestyle that he can't afford to do. This is where a socialist turns into a communist in power. He started seeing that the taxes, all the loss of revenues, was hurting the country. I get it. But they destroyed capitalism. They went to a socialist system. Conservative views normally believe in God. They normally believe in God, conservatives. They decided to deny God, Marxism. They lied to the people. Hugo Chavez went out and started taking away businesses away from private owners, meaning the government started taking over grocery stores. Why? Because the grocery store private owners didn't want to keep the price at a low level, which would be beneficial to the government, but it was destroying that business. See, this is the lesson in life that we have most recent right now. And we can see it. We saw it with our own eyes. This was our lifetime. Not 200 years ago when we weren't here, but today we see this history that confirms that what has happened in the past is true. There is examples about this all of the time. Thank you, Ozzy. And what you're looking at, it's a government that started with a socialist mentality, and because of all of this non-job creating, non-wealth creating, only job taking, only wealth taking, it creates destruction. So he took over grocery stores and people went out of business. A lot of people arrested, political imprisonment. Anybody that went against them, killed or imprisoned. The Communist Party always wants to get rid of the opposition. What have we seen with President Trump from the Democrats? They spent 4 years wasting taxpayer dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, trying to put this guy out of the competition. Before Biden won the administration, they tried to bury him in court. Thousands of subpoenas, court hearings, blah, blah, blah. They failed. God protected him. That's the communist mentality. It comes from the knowledge of, or the feeling of, survivalist. They knew this guy cannot be bought. They knew that President Trump was telling the truth about the government, and they didn't like it, and they tried to silence him. They didn't just try to put him in jail with false accusations. They took a shot at him. Let's not forget. If you didn't see my thumbnail, I put a picture of the Twin Towers. Muslims. 9/11. Muslims. The ones that are telling death to America for 47 years, the same freaking terrorist Muslims that are trying to take over our Congress, our Senate, our government. The same people that have been stealing hundreds of billions of dollars from the American people. Dumb activist judges, because it's convenient for them to not correct the Constitution. They don't want to amend the Constitution because it affects them directly. That's right, Cutting Edge. They blocked all of our accounts. I got censored on Facebook. I got censored on Instagram. I got censored on Twitter. Done. There wasn't one thing that I can point out that the government was doing wrong. They try to silence me. Now watch this. Hugo Chavez starts taking businesses away from private owners and making it government owned. All hell breaks loose now. Hugo Chavez dies. And the only reason why Nicolas Maduro came into power, he was a very special person, if you know what I mean. Nicolas Maduro has no brains. The guy is literally retarded. He is retarded. And the people, the political sharks, the power-hungry parties, they did everything to sacrifice the Venezuelan people. They starved them, they silenced them, and they used them as pawns to get what they wanted. Does that sound familiar to you? That sounds like a democratic socialist today. Because they are communist. They are Marxist. And I don't care who agrees or disagrees with me. It is a fact. Government shutdown. Who the hell in their right mind is going to defund the National Security Department. Who? Who is trying to just destroy a man? The Orange Cheeto man. No kings. There you go. No kings. And no kings. This is a great meme. No king, they shout, while begging the government to rule their health, their pay, their speech, their children, their land, and their future. The retardation of this no kings nonsense, it's outstanding. It's ridiculous. Es una mierda. C'est la merde. Unbelievable, but here we are. Now what happens? Well, the money is being depleted. Sanctions are being put on the Venezuelan government because they're communists. The communists didn't want to have a friendship with us because we're not communists. They sell their drugs to us. Made our generation junkies. And the Democrats just went with it. The Democrats covered the fraud. The Democrats covered the scams. And some rhinos, fake-ass Republicans, fake conservative people, money-hungry, greedy, poisonous snakes to our country. They also cover that. So I don't defend Republicans or Democrats. Let's not get it twisted. I am here for this country. As the great Senator Fetterman said, country first, party second. Over 70% of Venezuela became poor. 8 million Venezuelans left Venezuela because of socialist, communist, Marxist government. And then people from the left come into my chat to ask me to define socialism, define communism. They can define all these words all they want, and they are the exact definition of the meaning of those words. Political opponents were imprisoned, others killed. They had a democracy. 90% of Venezuelans had agreed that somebody else besides Nicolas Maduro was going to be the president of Venezuela. 90%. But you know what communists did? They said, if you run, we will kill you. You can say whatever you want, Chris. Learn to see the truth for what it is. They don't have to have a title. Aztec, I'm very disappointed on you, and I'm going to put you on blast today. I saw the dumbass comment that you made on one of my videos. You're making a lot of those. But I'm going to call you out today so everybody sees the asshole that you are. So don't give me this shit that you are a friend or that you want to have a discussion, because you're a poisonous snake. And I will skin you today. But there's time for that later. I want you to see the example that we have today in real life. Venezuela is the biggest. Why don't we put a pause on Venezuela? Let's put a pause on Venezuela. Let's go all the way down to beautiful Cuba. Cuba. There is no way that Cubans are happy with communism. No freaking way. No way. Now, there can be cowards. There can be people upset. There can be all kinds of people that are upset. But they're cowards because they don't stand against the government, against the communists. You have no power. You have people living almost in garbage in some areas. The only Cubans that are having a decent life are those that live in the country, away from the city, away from society, where they can raise a couple of animals, pig stables, chicken coos. You got all this other stuff. They live okay. They barbecue their food. They work their land. They are living out there like nomads. They have no problem. But those who live in the city, we got the biggest example. We got a video of these libtards. I know people say don't use that word. I don't give a crap. They're libtards. They're not liberals. They're libtards. They're not Democrats. They're libtards. They go out there on their own self-righteous endeavors, and they're the only ones in a luxury hotel that has power. Isn't it convenient? Isn't it convenient that when you have money, when you have comfort, when there's nothing threatening you, you are so courageous? Tax the rich, yeah, because it's easier. That socialist mentality is poison to society. Because when you start doing that, the same thing that happened in Venezuela is happening in Canada, and it will happen here. You don't get it, do you? You need to know what communism means. You don't get it. You want to be politically correct. And in the meantime, you're putting lipstick on the pig. Cuba. Most Cubans are not afraid. And they're speaking out in the open. Respect. We know Cuba's next. Of course Cuba is beautiful. Absolutely. 100%. Most of the Cuban people, because I don't meet all of them, but most of the Cuban people that I met, wonderful people, hospitable. There was a guy that lived with his mother, and I went to his house, because I used to do house calls, and I went to his house to fix his TV, his television. And I gave him a very economical price because I saw where they live. So they live in a very humble apartment. But oh my gosh, yes, this is the black Cubans. His mother, such a sweetheart. I felt like she was my mother. I really felt like she was my mother. It was crazy. And I'm just like, that's so awesome. Here's a Cuban family. The guy was gay. But here's a Cuban family that lives in a humble apartment. They don't have that much money. I charged them very, very cheap, almost free. The money I got was for my gas. That was it. And they invited me over for dinner. And I had some Cuban food. Oh my gosh. The black beans that they made, off the hook. Phenomenal. And every single Cuban that I have met, now there's white Cubans. There's a lot of beautiful white Cuban women out there. There's a lot of beautiful black Cuban women out there as well. And believe me, Cuban women in Honduras, let me know what, I'm not going to go that way because now I'm a married man and, we're not going to, bring out the past. But I'm going to tell you, oh my goodness, it is wow. The point is that Venezuelan people are good people and they deserve to live a free life. You need to learn why these communist countries are what they are. If you think that by being a socialist, you'll never go that way, yes, you are. Yes, you are. It is the result. Communist is the result of socialism. Marxism is the result of godlessness. They all go together. It is that simple. Russia, a lot of proud Russians, tough people, but a lot of them don't like their government because they're communist. China, why don't you hear so much from China? There was a channel that I used to listen to the news. They canceled it. They blocked them, gone. Because they were sharing everything that was happening in China. Now everybody keeps talking about Israel. Oh, but what did Iran do? Nobody knows anything about Iran. Nobody. Nobody sees the people being killed. Nobody sees news. They don't see the atrocities that they're committing. Who knows what the hell they're doing? It is crazy. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that these people want to close access to the world? You know why. You know why. Of course you do. Of course you know why. I'm going to share this comment. I want you to read this comment. This is Aztec. And this is how he lost my respect. This is not the first time that he puts this comment. Somebody made a comment on my YouTube that when somebody asks me a question and I just don't like the question, I block them. This is what he says about us. Aztec says, that's what Dennis and his mods do, right? Little emoji there. They get triggered when they have no valid answers for your questions and when they know you're correct. Is that right? How many freaking times have I proven my points, shown you facts, videos, all kinds of stuff, and this is the bullshit that you put on my channel? Pretty much this whole entire grifter and pedophile protecting administration of President Bones Purse is coming to light. Everything you say will get you banned like they did Jimmy Kimmel. Guess what that got you? Get the hell out of my channel. I'm going to tell you, I give people the benefit of the doubt. I am nobody's bitch. I want you to know that. I am nobody's bitch. You can have your opinion. Fantastic. It's okay. Listen, I get it if you disagree with me. But doggone it, when I give you a fact with proof, you got to say something. You got to be like, oh, shoot, maybe not everybody that voted for Trump is bad. You got to be able to make your own judgment, your own decision. I will call you out every time. And I have said this to people. I will tear you to pieces if you come on and lie about me. Here's one. Fresh. I'm trying to ignore these idiots. But Fresh says, where is the proof? I don't think he knows where Cuba is. I don't think he knows where Venezuela is. I don't even think he knows who Hugo Chavez is. I bet you he don't even know who the Che, the Sandinist, is. I bet you he don't know about communism in Nicaragua as well. I bet you don't know anything about China, what's going on in China right now. I bet you North Koreans don't let you have their information. Communist! Communist! They destroyed their opponents. They don't want democracy. They don't want democracy, and we do. This is, of course, there's always an idiot trying to be funny. This is a constitutional republic. Constitutional republic. You want to debate? Throw $100 on the chat. Otherwise, shut the hell up. No, we don't accept EBT cards. I don't think it works on YouTube. So go back to your mommy's basement. Stay quiet, piggy. You know, I grab how many videos, how many clips, how many stories from both sides, CNN, Fox, etc. Trying to please these people so that they can see the truth. Jimmy Kimmel. Let me tell you what I think about Jimmy Kimmel. I think he's a piece of shit. And the reason for that is because he doesn't use his comedy to make fun of politicians. No. He picked a side. He is on the liberal socialist side. That's okay. It doesn't work. See, he's making millions, so it doesn't affect them, so he doesn't turn against his party. But just wait until he goes to be like one of us when gas prices actually affects him. And see how he likes paying city, state, and federal taxes out of your income. I can make fun of Trump, of course. Matter of fact, when I say welcome to my channel, that's me. That's my impersonation. I can't make the voice exactly like it. But that is my voice. You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I have it here. Okay, let me see.
Oh, fellow Americans, thank you for being here with the greatest host of them all. He is fantastic. He is so great. I love this host, and everybody agrees with me. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show.
Welcome to the Herrera Show. To the Dennis Herrera Show. That's right. That was me. That's my Trump Latino impersonation. Let me tell you about Nicaragua. Nicaragua's worst. They even banned the Bible from a year ago. They do not want to hear about the real God. Oh man. Bro, if you didn't think that was funny, bro, I don't know what else I can do to make you laugh. I do not know what I can do to. It's horrible. Hey, listen, I didn't say it was good. I'm saying it's horrible. I just can't. I can't. But you know what? But if I practice, I probably could. I think if I practice, I probably could. Okay? I'm just saying. Oh, man. Listen, I'm a jokester, man. I like to laugh. I like to do all this stuff. But at the same time, it's like, bro, don't bring bullshit to me. Don't bring bullshit to me. I have talked to so many Democrats here in Washington State. It's obviously most people are Democrats. It's crazy. But the very few Republicans, that's actually, they agree with me. Isn't that crazy? You know, I was looking into Discord to see if I can bring people on. I don't know where the hell to start. So I'm going to need somebody, maybe Jason Martin when he comes in. I think he knows how to do all that shit. Maybe he can give me some pointers on how to bring people into my live. I know that we can collab before we go live on YouTube. But even that, I still haven't tried it yet. There's going to be a time we're going to be able to do more stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I'm very hopeful. Even though my views are shitty right now, which, but to be honest, I don't know why, because not because it's me, but I have actually watched I have actually watched some of my podcasts, and I'm laughing. There is no way that people don't want to watch this podcast. There's no way that people are not believing what I tell you. Let's see. What are you talking about? I vote on policies. I don't vote on party. I vote on policies. And if I was to say that I was, it's very shameful to admit it, but I would say I'm Republican. I mean, Democrat. And if I say that I'm Republican, I'm still going to be a Democrat, because the policies that the Republicans have right now, they're Democratic policies. So I don't give a shit about the parties. I care about the country. There's a reason why I want to live in this country, and I don't want anybody ruining it. It's that simple. Just because you came here illegally, it doesn't mean that when you became a citizen that you will support illegal immigration. That is the stupidest thing you can do. Why is there a 14th Amendment for Native Americans to be citizens? Because they say they have sovereign land. They're Native Americans, but they don't consider to be American citizens. Isn't that crazy? But they are. And they should vote. They should have every right that everybody has. Yeah, no, Jimmy Kimmel, he's an idiot. I know his brother. He's got a twin brother. He works close by here. He works here in Costco. And it's funny because he wears two badges. One of the badges is the real one, and the fake one in the back, it says Jimmy. But he's a nice guy. And what's funny is, at least from what I can tell from him, he doesn't agree with his brother. And they're twins, I guess. I don't know. I'll let you know. I should always look it up, because the guy looked just like him, but that doesn't mean that he is. Oh boy. 3 women removed from Frontier flight arrested over refusal to pay extra bag fee. Entitled mofos, pay the piper, pay the fee. You want to debate me? $100 to debate me. Yeah. My time is valuable. If you don't appreciate it, get the hell out of my chat. If you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. You want to debate me? $100 to debate me. That's simple. Let me see. Um, no, I can't find no videos of it. But I can tell you, man, this guy looked just like him. He looked identical. Face, square, everything identical, like Jimmy Kimmel. And his last name is Kimmel. So big coincidence if there's not a twin brother. Man, for those of you who are new to my channel, thank you for being here on my channel. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you. Don't forget to hit the like button. So one thing that I noticed is the leftist channels like Polly something and all these weird ass young people that have no brains to have wisdom. They have all this information and they believe it to be true, but they have no wisdom to discern what is a lie and what is true. They have no common sense at all. They have 1,000 viewers. Some of them have 4,000 viewers in there. And then the chat is very slow, which tells me that there is not 4,000 people on their actual show. They actually pay for views. See, there is over 500 companies that are pushing socialist, communist, Marxist ideologies onto our youth. And they are using our social media platforms, even YouTube. As I say before, money talks, bullshit walks. Democrats are so supportive. Democrats are so supportive of the lies on the left. That's right. They use bots. They are using, AI, I get it. But they pay for views, and that's okay. I'm not going to do that. I will tell you right now, 18,522 subscribers is what I have right now. Maybe 18,500 of them are bots. Maybe. But I don't pay for them. I don't pay for fake subscribers. I don't pay for fake views. That's just not what I do. And we got 2,000 views so far. And the count is like 20 people live on the live, or it's gone down so far down, right? If they want to pay for fake stuff, let them. Whatever. The only problem is that those tactics actually work. They actually work. Because you have to understand, one of the Marxist tactics is this: godlessness. There's no God. They teach you to lie. They repeat a lie over and over and over until people believe it. Now, what comes with godlessness? With godlessness, it comes this thing that we call an excuse. The excuse to sin willingly. See, Satan will give you women, men, money, liquor, whatever it is that you're looking for. Satan will give you those things because all those things destroy you. It destroys your soul. And if you don't know what your soul is, it's your brain. Your brain is the one thing that helps you choose between the good of the spirit, which God gave you, and the evil of the flesh, which is sin. Your brain, your soul, is the decision maker between your spirit and the strength of your spirit and the weakness of the flesh. So it is easier for me to support you being gay. It is easier for me to say it's okay to be transgender, even though it's wrong. It is easy for me to lie to you and tell you everything is okay. It's easier for you to pretend that there is no God so that you can get away with being evil. There is a church community given to Satanism. It's a religion, but that's horrible. I think that the Constitution needs to be amended on the religion part. You have the freedom of religion, but any religion that practices evil, harm, or wants death to Americans should not be allowed and should be banned. You can't be stupid and gullible like our forefathers were. Our forefathers didn't have to fight against Muslims on the other side of the hemisphere. It was just Christians and natives. That was it. Nothing else. Pagan gods, the witchcraft from here, and Christianism. Christian Judaism. That was it. So why would they even worry about terrorist Muslims or any other type of religion that wishes death upon America? For Pete's sakes, it's a Christian country. You think they were really saying you have the freedom of religion, so become a satanical church? You think they were really saying you have the freedom of religion and worship, so bring in your evil, godless behavior and make that a religion? How stupid were our forefathers? They didn't understand. The use of bots on YouTube is strictly prohibited in accordance with its policies. Yeah, well, they still use them, don't they? You're not Christian, but this country is Christian by the majority. By the majority, we are Christians. Let's take a look. The only reason why it wouldn't be considered a Christian nation is because it's not in the Constitution that it is a Christian nation. Not legally, but it is founded on. Whether America is a Christian country is a subject of intense debate, obviously, involving legal, historical, and demographic arguments. My biggest argument is the Constitution. Christian. Constitution. This is our constitutional republic. Therefore, it's a Christian country. Is it a law? No, of course not. It's not a law. So it doesn't have to be legal or illegal. But the fact is that the Constitution was founded and inspired by the Bible. Here we go. The Constitution establishes a secular government with no religious test for office and guarantees religious freedom. It's that simple. But this is a Christian nation. Let's take a look. Now, just so you know, the percentage has gone down. It's going down. Every year is going down, just so you know. As of 2024, 2025, approximately 62 to 63% of the U.S. adults identify as Christian, with evangelical Protestants being 23%, Catholics 19% as the largest group. Religiously unaffiliated Americans now represent about 28 to 30% of the population, while non-Christian faiths make up to 6 to 7%. You who don't believe in God are the minority, 6 to 7%. While Christianity remains dominant, it has declined. Check this out, from 78%, which is how I know it. I know this country was over 70% Christian. What do you think has changed? Do you think that Satan is real? Even if you don't, he is. He's a deceiver. He's a cheater. And he just seeks to destroy every single one of us. Let me tell you something. I believe that the future is already set. It doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what we do. I want you to know this. Christians, believers in Jesus Christ is the Son of God. We are all victorious. The devil has been defeated. Satan has been defeated. The future's set. Nothing can change it. But what we don't know is who is living happy, sad, angry. So here's my thing for you. The future is set. I refuse to leave myself as a victim, but I rather live as a victor. I will do everything, just for my own sake. I will do everything that I can to live a happy life, to be a good father, to be a good friend. Even when something pisses you off that I say, I do it because I care about you. You can't deny that when people go out there and protest and start committing riots and breaking and beating up people, sometimes killing them, you cannot in good conscience say this is a peaceful protest. And yet, the socialist, communist, Marxist, because they are godless, they practice sin willfully and freely, and thus bringing punishment to us. Understand this. You are responsible for your own happiness. You're responsible for your own happiness. SoCal, don't start with your bullshit. I will not put up with your bullshit. Let me just tell you that right now. Don't. You are a middle class, entitled son of a bitch. You don't care about the lower class. You don't care about the poor. You care about the rich, even though you say the opposite. You don't care about the poor. You brag about high economy, and I already put you on your place with that. You brag about the economy in California. The government's rich. Rich people don't see the problem because they're still rich. Middle class people don't suffer enough yet to understand. But when you have the highest poor level in the country, that is nothing to brag about. You support illegal immigrants. You support high taxes. You don't give a damn about the working class that is under the middle class. You are just a self-righteous bastard as the rest of those communists, Marxists, socialists, Democrats. And for that, I have no respect for you. Show me that you care for the little people. Show me you care for those who are hungry. Show me that you care for those who work their ass off and yet they can't afford a freaking house to live and raise their children in. Show me you care. Earn my respect. Long-term decline of Christianity. The share of Christians has decreased from 78 in 2007 to 63% in 2024. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be surprised. I am going to be surprised if it's even 60% today. I will be surprised. All right. Let's go ahead and I will get you guys to call in. Now, do me a favor. Don't get banned. Don't get banned. When you call, have some sense. All right. Bring down the phone holder because my computer never works with this damn phone. Otherwise, I would just use the audio from the computer so that everybody can hear better, but this is all I got. So, bear with me. All right. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and take some calls. You've heard, if you've been here with me, you heard everything that I've been saying. So I want you to go ahead and talk to that. You can make your statement. That's fine. All right. Oh, sorry about that. All right, here we go. Sorry, I got I have the issue. Hey Scott, how are you? I have the issue with with my little AI creation. Every time I switch my scene, it keeps popping up Trump saying that I'm the best podcaster host in the whole world. Yeah, Jason Beatrice, you're right. J6 is just as retarded as saying Epstein files. I still don't get it, man. I still don't get it. Epstein files are not going anywhere. There's nobody distracting. I'm serious. Like, what the hell do you think is going to happen with us knowing about the Epstein? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about the Epstein files? What are you going to do? Are you going to put them in jail? No, shut the hell up. Let them deal with what they're dealing with. This is not your job. It's not my job. It's crazy that people do that shit. January 6th, listen, the left side, they believe this. The right side believes this. So what? See, as a Duke, that's what I'm talking about. The stupidity is just, I don't even know why I opened my line for you guys. All right, somebody give me a call. Let's take a look. Please, have some sense, please. Hey, thank you for calling. Who's calling?
My name's Philip. I'm calling from Australia.
Hey, Philip. How are you?
Not too bad. Am I
You're live.
live now or on?
Yeah, you're live. That's fine.
Yeah, I've been researching and looking up a lot of stuff. And I don't know what it is with the Democrats. They want to make people poor and suffer and be on high taxes and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
But families are struggling terribly, and then um, you have the thing where you get those little coupon things and you can get out of the newspaper and stuff, and you can get discounts on things in the supermarket.
Yeah.
A lot of people are doing that.
Yeah, I remember
We
that.
had that here. But what I find is that the Democrats are a bunch of rich people who don't give a crap about the poor people.
That's funny.
And actually, I watched a clip where Donald Trump pointed out some homeless guy begging for money, and at that point in his life with his daughter, that guy sitting there had more money than he did. He was broke at one point. But the thing is you need to take care of your people better. Seriously, I mean, it's like I know you're doing a good job, but the Democrats, they don't give a crap about nothing except for themselves.
It seems like it.
Yeah, and then also too, what I found quite interesting is your healthcare system is a business. It's not really a healthcare system; it's a business.
Yeah.
It's all for profit. Like here in Australia, for instance, like I was in hospital a little while ago because I hurt my ankle. But the thing is, I was in hospital for 2 days, and food, everything else, whatever, ambulance ride and everything like that. You know how much it cost me?
Oh, it's expensive. Well, for us here, it's
It
expensive.
cost me absolutely nothing, zero.
Oh, wow. See, that's what I would expect.
And I didn't
That's
get-
what I would
didn't
expect.
get nothing. And so the thing is, I mean, sometimes you got to pay for some things.
Of course.
But, it's very, very, very cheap to get sick here in Australia, and that's what I found really interesting watching this video. People actually can go bankrupt for being sick.
Yeah. You know what, Philip? Let me pause you right there. Hold on, Phil. Let me pause you right there because you mentioned something that I always struggle to try to excuse it, and it is the ambulance. You have to understand here in Washington, and I'm sure it's everywhere in the states, we have sales tax, right? A lot of states have sales taxes. In the sales tax, there is a percentage of that sales tax that goes to the fire department. Now, the fire department, they also have paramedics. The paramedics drive an ambulance. Okay? So when you call the fire department, that call should be covered, free. If they take the ambulance ride to the hospital, should be free. Okay? It should be free. Taxes are supposed to pay for that. But here is the catch. The fee that you pay for the emergency ambulance ride is not because of the ambulance, it's because the admittance at the hospital. That, my friend, I think is crazy. That I'm nothing against hospitals. I love everybody that works in the hospital, etc. But you're right. Somebody it's just stealing money from people because they can't, and it could be that maybe the taxes are not enough. Maybe they're not getting tax breaks enough to be able to lower prices in emergency care, or just helping people in the hospital. We'll get back to that one, but I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Philip.
And apparently you guys have more money per person than anywhere else in the world. So I don't know why you can't have a free healthcare system. But then again, you've also got, because I've been watching a lot of stuff, the drug companies, they sponsor, they sort of give money to the politicians, they lobby and
Yep.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be allowed. I don't think that those companies or certain things should be able to give money to politicians. I think that's wrong, because then politicians sort of get on their side and do whatever they want because they want to get elected and get somewhere and have some power or whatever. But then they've got to,
Yeah.
they've got these companies in their back pocket and they've got to keep them happy. So it's just crazy.
Well, I think that I mean, I don't know. I don't think hospitals pay for taxes, but if they do pay for taxes, I think hospitals should not pay taxes. I believe that you shouldn't collect taxes on medical bills. That's just me.
Mm.
If
Yeah,
you
but
give me a
what I'm
bill for
saying,
$1,000 because I came in through the emergency entrance, but you didn't give me shit except for two Tylenols, and you charge me $1,200 for that
yeah.
visit, why am I paying taxes on that? I'm already paying 4 or 5 times the amount of what I should be paying in the first place. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, so like, I got the bill for the ambulance and everything else like that, but then it was about probably $2,000 or $3,000 or something. But what happens is down the bottom it says that I owe nothing because the government paid for it. So
Yeah.
it just tells me the amount, but it shows that the government paid for it, so I don't have
Yeah,
to worry
but
about it.
okay, so that's another thing in there, right? What's the catch? Why did you not pay anything, right? And this is where we have a problem because check this out. We
I
collect.
think we're one of the highest countries in the world. We pay high taxes here.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so here we go. So if we allow, see, this is why this is why we had our independence from the Brits. This is why we kicked the redcoats out of the United States of America. People don't understand. Like I wish people would question some things and just be like, I wonder why that happens. And see, you calling in and giving me this issue makes me wonder. So how do I steal money from the people? If I'm the government, right, and I allow certain companies to provide insurance as a health coverage, if I control the hospitals on what they're going to pay to me as the government, if I can do all those things, I can just guess who benefits from us having health care. Number one, insurance companies. Number two, pharmaceuticals. Number three, the clinics and hospitals. So where does the people get the money? And I mentioned this before. There used to be, the last time I checked, it used to be that you can make an IV, 1 liter of IV, right? It's really nothing, $2 to make one. You can buy it on Amazon for $7, delivered to your place for free. $7 for one IV. Being able to get an IV at the hospital costs you over $1,200.
Wow.
Who gets all that money? Now, again, if the government is collecting money from the hospitals when it comes to taxes, right? Because when I say taxes, people just think, oh, you charge $500 and there's 10% taxes on. No. Taxes. A hospital, if it's looked at as a business, which a clinic would be, right? A doctor's office will be looked as a business. They have to pay B&O tax, excise tax, payroll tax because they have employees, property tax, which is hell expensive, which just went up 9%. And then now they have a state income tax, which is 10% more. That is unconstitutional here in Washington State, according to our Constitution. So it makes me wonder, I got to look into see what breaks the hospitals get, right? Do they get a break? Do they get taxed just like everybody else? Because that would make sense why they have to charge so much. Like, for example, as a small business owner, I can tell you this. When I was fixing TVs, a long time ago, when I was fixing TVs, I used my vehicle, right, to go to the customer's house. I got all my tools. I got all the main parts that I know go wrong with certain TVs. And I will go and diagnose, and then I will charge them for my gas of the visit, right? And then I'll charge them the labor. But the pricing that I gave for the parts that I bought were like literally maybe $1 or $2 more than what I pay for it. And that's affordable. Now, if I had a storefront, I got to pay $3,000 to $5,000 for rent. Who knows if I'm going to get customers this day. Guess what? Now I'm actually going to charge you $50 for a part that I paid $2 on. My labor goes up because now I'm going to have to pay more for the business, for the location. And it's a cost of doing business. And so the consumer pays for that. So if it's the same mentality with hospitals, etc., I can see why they do that. But nonetheless, how can we help? You can either raise the bar to say if you make this much money right now, you don't qualify. But if we raise the bar so that if you're making $100,000 less, if we can raise the bar to $100,000 less, you will be having free healthcare and some food assistance. That is a huge help. That's almost like having two people working, except that, you look at a family of two with kids, one parent can actually stay home now because everybody's healthcare is included. Everybody's food is included. And so you got just a one person working for what? Rent and then just the utilities without having the food and healthcare to worry about. See, that'd be one way of fixing it. And then the other way would be if that's not possible, then why are we charging so much at hospitals? Are they being overwhelmed, overburdened with charges and fees to do a hospital, which is a service to people? You see what I'm saying? So even if you're in Australia, you would think that this couple of things would make sense to people to argue about.
See, we have health insurance here, but if you buy health insurance, what it does, it enables you to get not have to wait so long for specialty stuff, because you could be waiting a long time for things here if you're on the free healthcare system. But if you get health insurance, you can skip the queues and you can get work done and things you need done. But everybody has free healthcare here, but health insurance helps you get things done quicker and better, because even though it's free, sometimes it can be a bit of a bummer, because if you've got a specialty thing you need done, you might have to wait months to get it fixed, whatever. But if you get health insurance, you can skip the queues. But I prefer our system over yours because, like, for instance, like if I called an ambulance now and I went to hospital, I don't know, maybe I had a sore throat or something bad or whatever, or bad leg or something, I get fixed up pretty quick. But the thing is when you go to the waiting room here, you can wait up to 12 hours or 14 hours, even that long for something. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
I don't go to hospital that often, thank God. But the thing is
one of my subscribers here.
I just think they should take care of the people better.
Yeah. One of my subscribers put something in here that is true, and I've seen this before. Imagine this sort of the whole what was the reason that we created hospitals? But anybody, I'll let people give me that opinion. What was the reason? Why do you think we created hospitals? What was the reason? And besides the whole idea of making money, right? Because they had to make money to be able to buy supplies, etc. Why did we create hospitals? Did we create it more for a business, or did we create it more for the health of the people? What do you think?
Well, I think it was probably created because people need healthcare, but from what I can see, what I've been researching, it's more about the money now.
Well, listen to this, John.
I watched this video, and this guy was really sick, and he was homeless and stuff like that. They turned him away because he didn't have healthcare insurance or anything like that.
Yeah.
And they turned him away, And then also too, they've got people in hospitals. They're really unwell. They're being covered by the government in your country. And
by taxpayers.
As quick as they can.
Not the government, the taxpayers. Yeah, the government doesn't have money. They use the taxpayers' money. But you know what? One of my subscribers here, his name is John. I think he spent how many days in 14 days? How many days was it? He spent a couple of weeks in the hospital, and he got billed for $300,000, which is unbelievable. What I don't understand is this. If people want to have some sort of charity or whatever, let me tell you something. If I have an income of $100,000, why would you bill me $300,000? Like 17 days, he says. Why would you bill me $300,000? That's I only make 100 a year, and out of that, I got no money left. I have no money left. I'm not making 100,000 take home and I don't have to pay nothing. No, it's $100,000 and all of it goes for my housing, food, gas, insurance, my kids, etc. It's gone. 100,000 is gone. And yet the hospital bills you knowing that this is your income, $300,000. Do you see why do you see what I'm talking about, the amount of money? If a family of four, is making $100,000, or even a family of two, $100,000, they're working full time, they're paying taxes. It's more taxes if you pay if you pay of $100,000 instead of 35,000. And so if they have $100,000, they should qualify for free health care. Now, if you are a single person and you making 250, you're making $250,000 a year, you better pay that shit. Because we know that you can live off $150,000 just fine. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not horrible with making the rich people pay their fair share, but they have to pay their fair share for themselves, not for other people. That is my problem with socialists. They believe that a person that is now successful should be charged more so that they can get their welfare programs. And I don't agree with that.
I'll tell you something too, what I watched. There's Americans that are spacing out their diabetic medication because their insulin and stuff like that, because it costs a lot of money. And, they're getting unwell and sick and everything like that because their diabetic medication is costing them a lot of money. Here in Australia, the government pays for all that, so it's different. But, I mean, people, they might have 10 things about, what it's called, insulin or something like that.
Yeah.
Whatever, and they space it out, and they're getting sick because they're not taking enough insulin when they're supposed to because they're spreading it out because they can't afford it. I mean, I couldn't believe how much people have to pay as a diabetic to get on stuff, whatever. But see, like our medications, it's called the PBS program, whatever it is. Like the medication, let's say the medication's worth $100-something. All you're going to pay is $7.60.
Yeah.
The government pays for the rest. But yeah.
Now, which country in Australia are you from?
I'm from Melbourne, Victoria.
In Melbourne, okay, so southeast.
And our medications are really cheap because the PBS program pays for we call it the PBS program. It pays for the majority of the medication. Well, virtually all of it. You just pay a very small amount.
Right.
And then you might have to pay a bit more depending, but not much money. Government pays for everything.
Yeah, and we should be able to get to an agreement of some sort of adjustments. I'm a big capitalist, believing that we can provide a lot of socialist programs. Philip, thank you so much for calling in. We'll go ahead and leave the line open to see if anybody else wants to call in. God bless you. God bless you people over there, man. Thanks for calling in. Take care. All right, bye-bye. Cutting edge. We created hospitals because during the Crusades, soldiers would return wounded from the battle. Upon seeing this, nuns and pastors established the hospitallers to tend to their wounds in battle. They still exist today. We do have chaplains as well when it comes to any tragedies and things like that. But I believe that we should have some sort of agreement. It's just the leftist mentality. They just go crazy south left. And they want to destroy the very system that allows them to have that socialist freedom. And so here's the problem as well. So let's say, for example, here in Washington State, okay, we have a homeless issue. We need to find out why. Why do we have a homeless issue, right? On affordability, maybe. A lot of these people they're not even from Seattle. They come from Oregon. They come from California for some reason. They come from all the states. Why? Because over here they can beg. It's a little bit cheaper than other places. Well, probably not anymore. But that's crazy, right? I don't know if you guys can read up there, but it says no block numbers. I know I got to change that because it's missing an ED, but that's okay. You get the point. Right? So, we have another 3 years to endure. So if I say, yes, being a socialist is a freedom. Being a capitalist, that is a freedom. And it should be protected. I got you. But if you guys don't make money, where are you going to get it from? I had SoCal on the line. I said, when the socialists have no money, how do they get money? I ask every Democrat that same question. When a socialist runs out of money, how do they get money? The answer is always the same. It never detours, deviates, or goes anywhere else. It's always the same. Tax the people. That's my problem. Why don't you move to the UK? Go bend the knee to the king in England. Why don't you go to one of those countries? You like to serve and worship a king? Go over there. We don't have a monarchy here. We got a president. But your governors are acting like they're kings. Funny how they blame Trump for that. But at least Trump is doing something for us. Our governors, they're just shitting all over the people. And they call it mana. The answer should always be create jobs. The governors, mayors, the incompetent politicians don't know how to create jobs, but they know how to tax the shit out of people. That's socialist. And when they start taking away private property, they become communist. Any questions on what socialism and communism is? Oh, I am sure that I'm going to be hella mad in November if the Democrats take over, because our country's going to go down to shit. I'm going to tell you that right now. I think civil war is imminent. I will tell you that right now. And you right now, sir, SoCal, with your money, watch what happens when we take your house away and you start fighting for your freedom. You will change your tune and be like, damn it, I should have never voted for them. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, who's calling?
Steve.
Steve?
What's going on, dude? Yeah.
Better hurry before somebody else takes your place.
Here you said we pay taxes on our medical expenses. Most medical expenses are actually tax exempt.
Exempt?
You
Okay,
said
fantastic.
Hospitals pay taxes. Hospitals are actually nonprofits, and they're exempted from taxes as well.
Oh, really? That's good. That's pretty
And
good.
then, as far as like, what's a socialist going to do when they run out of money?
Yeah.
I don't want to take everybody's money. All right.
Okay.
That's first of all. I just want to socialize government programs. Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
Well, like the VA works very well because we fund it, and it's a government-run agency.
Yes. Yeah, that program is good.
It's been socialized.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
That's a good program.
Some people want to privatize these government agencies that have no business privatizing whatsoever. Look at how kidney dialysis is done in America. It's mainly through private companies, and it's subsidized by the American taxpayer.
Uh-huh.
Some of the worst, God, I don't know how to say it. Some of the worst medical care you can get in America. The wait times, the hold times, it's embarrassing. And it's all brought to you by these private companies that take our tax dollars.
Yeah.
If
So
we
here's
really
here's
want-
here in Washington State. Let me read to you a little bit. Here in Washington State, hospitals are responsible for paying business, what I said, B&O taxes on gross income from patient services with specific classifications for nonprofit public hospitals. They must collect retail sales tax on certain non-medical sales and pay use tax on items used but not taxed at purchase. Key duties
That's
include
not
filing
medical,
detailed
though.
reports if claiming The key, they have to file a detailed report if claiming tax exemption, but they have to pay such of those property taxes or certain
Because
charitable
they have
taxes.
accountants and attorneys.
Right, but they
I mean, every
do,
hospital
but
in
they do get
America's got
charged.
counsel.
Yeah, but they do get charged. That's what I'm saying.
They do not.
Well, when you look at the property tax exemptions, yes, their nonprofit hospitals are often exempt from state property taxes, but they got to file their documentation for that. If they are nonprofit, that means that there is actual privatized hospitals, and I think that they shouldn't. I believe what you're saying right now.
Well,
That's
you
how I
said
believe
one for
that.
the nonprofit hospital.
Hold on, don't cut me off, because
And
then I can. Then we start yelling over each other. So I agree with you on what you said about hospitals. That's fantastic. That's what I want to hear. I want it to be like that. They should just be exempt for everything that they provide, all their services, etc. I think that's a great thing. I agree with socialist programs.
Sorry.
I agree with socialist programs like welfare. I agree with food. You heard me saying free health care, etc. I think those programs are fantastic. But Democrats, or not even Democrats, people, socialists don't believe in creating jobs. And if you say that they do, that's a lie.
Well, it's a bit of an oversimplification, don't you think?
No, because
Me
that's what
too.
they do. So
There's
tell me
some
right now,
generality.
I live in a socialist state. Okay, this is a very socialist state.
All right.
They are chasing our
Bubba from
businesses away.
Belarus is rolling over in her grave,
Who?
talking about a socialist state.
Who?
My Bubba, or what you might call a grandmother.
Oh, your grandma?
She
Why?
was from Eastern Europe,
Uh-huh.
and she knows a thing or two about a Soviet-style communist state.
Oof.
All right.
Yeah, I believe that.
I don't know about you guys in Washington.
Yeah.
You look well-fed to me. You look like a healthy man. All right. There's
Capitalist.
no fat people in Belarus in 1950s. All
Yeah.
right. There just isn't.
Yeah.
All right. And if you see a fat man walking towards you on the street, the rule was to walk across the street because he's about to eat you. All right.
Yeah.
So I really don't have anything more to add to that. You answered my question. You're a pretty honest guy, but
I try, brother. It's
all right,
you know
have a
what?
good day.
It's just a point of view, bro. I mean, I'm not. This is what I want. Like I believe me. let me tell you something about myself. When and it happens right now with political parties, okay, and my political views, because when I was a missionary pastor before. Yes, no, I did not curse because I had a responsibility. I was a missionary pastor, and I would go and preach at a Pentecostal church. You know what they used to tell me? Are you Baptist? And I said, no, why? Because you act like a Baptist. I was like, what? No, I don't. And then I would go to a Baptist church and preach, and they say, you're Pentecostal, aren't you? I was like, no, I just, what do you mean? The way you preach. And it's like, it doesn't matter if I believe, you know, like, for example, right, you be a Christian or some sort of any denomination. When I come into the temple that you have, you know, because every man has a doctrine, right? Even if you believe in a different doctrine than I do, Christianity is Christianity. Now, if you have sin in your church, like, you know, like gay pastors, I wouldn't go there. But if you're trying your best, right, to be a good leader in your church, I'm going to go respect it. And I'm going to ask you for your rules. I say, it's okay if I do this, if I do that. I ask up front. And so I get people, even religiously, that judge me for the way that I am in my own religious way. And they never accept the true message of it. So whenever I tell people, okay, so what do you stand for, Dennis? And this is before they know I'm a Democrat or Republican. They don't even know what the hell I am. But they always tell me, what do you stand for? And I said, well, I stand for America. I said, well, what is your policies? Well, and I started talking to them. And then when I start talking about putting country first, you know, this whole no men and women sports, and talking about these policies that we have from a long time ago, which, by the way, they were Democratic policies, they automatically tell me, oh, you're a Trumpster. I'm like, wait, how did that become a Trumpster, right? And so I argue this. I'm telling you, the way that I am is for a reason. And I argue this, and every time I will say, I stand for America, oh, you're a Trumpster. Like they always look at my views for capitalism, right, with socialism, and what I believe about what the people should be getting and what the government should be doing. They always call me a Trumpster. And I'm like, why you call me a Trumpster? Because that's what Trump stands for. No, that's what the policies in place are, but those are Democratic policies. So make a long story short, okay? They call me Trumpster so much, I went and got some Trump gear. Make America great again. And so I trolled them with that, and they hate it. If I come in here and I put my Joe Biden Harris, well, I will never do that because that'd be crazy. I'd rather wear an Obama hat. But like people always judge me in their own internal manner, if that makes sense. It when I came to this country, I came here in '89. So do the math how long I've been here. And I came to this country and I spoke Spanish. Every single person that heard me speak in Spanish will always ask me, "Are you Mexican?" And I will say, "No, I'm from Honduras." All the way, can you believe this? Up to 12th grade, people still didn't know where Honduras is. I'm sure I got people here on the chat that don't know where Honduras is. But they told me so many times that I was a Trumpster, so now I'm for Trump. They told me so many times that I was Mexican. Guess what I am? What am I? If you've been paying attention, what am I? I'm a Hispanic, but what am I?
Probably American at the moment.
Stop it. That was common sense answer. The real answer should have been Mexican. Because that's how it is. Even though if you look at my background, over here on my left, that's a Honduras flag. Okay? That's a Honduras flag. That's where I was born. Now, I am an American citizen now, and my loyalty comes to the United States of America, but I never forget where I'm from either. And so I love capitalism because it gives me the freedom to go get that money. You know what I'm saying? And I can reward myself by sacrificing my time. Sometimes workaholics sacrifice too much time. They lose their families, etc. I don't like that. But I am allowed to go as far as I can to get and gather my wealth. And I don't mind if the taxes go to services like we mentioned, the VA, free healthcare, that'd be fantastic, free food, but not all food. You know what I'm saying? Like they can only have certain foods like we did back in the 90s, in the early 90s, only the cheese, milk, and eggs. And then they added some dry foods like noodles and all these other stuff, cereals, those kind of things. Welfare was never meant to be given to rich people, obviously. It was meant to be given to the poor people. And those services are fantastic. And I think that the biggest mistake that the government has done is punishing people for working full time. If you work full time, you will make at least more money to be able to pay your rent, your electricity, water, garbage, sewer, etc. Right? But if you were able to work full time without being punished, you can still get the free healthcare, and then you can still get your free food. And I think that would be huge. So some capitalists call me a socialist. Some socialists call me a capitalist. Democrats call me a Trumpster. Some Trumpsters tell me that I'm a Democrat. So I don't give a shit what they say. As I said before on my show, I am nobody's bitch. I got my own mind, my own opinion. If I support Trump right now, it's because the policies Republicans have are the good policies that I support. Do I care about Republican Party? I don't give a shit about Republican Party. Like, that's my honest opinion. It's the same sentiment for Democrats. But it's just opinions. You know what I'm saying?
Then how could you not be all over the Epstein files, Dennis?
Because we are not the judges. We're not the jurors. We're not the lawyers. Let the courts deal with that.
Have an opinion.
Well, yeah, and I've given it many times. But people, yeah, I know people that don't know me, they don't know. It's just like this. Like I'm against birthright citizenship for illegal immigrants. I don't talk about this all the time until somebody brings it up. Then I have to start talking about it. But with the Epstein files, it's like, okay, dude, we know that the Trump is in the files thousands of times. When that happens, I'm not going to defend him if he's guilty. But let's wait until that happens. I can't sit here, debate, and argue and fight with people when there's nothing we can do about it, right? But if you're going to be accusing somebody, that's just allegations. That's just accusations. If there is no facts or proof, and there is no actual, he is guilty, here's a video, and I'm not going to sit here and just, falsely accuse people. The reason why I talk about Democrats the way I talk about them is because they are doing it here in my state, and they're Democrats. We haven't had a Republican governor here, I think, since 1984, 85, something in the early 80s. So they've had their chance to make this Washington state great, and for a long time they did, because Democrats they had, and I will say this many times over and over, Democrats had the policies that Republicans have today. That's why I supported Democrats when I came to this country. But but yeah, that's my story, man. So when something comes out to light and there's something that we can talk about, the Epstein files, we'll talk about that. Right now, I think what's important to talk about is our the politics that's going on around the world. I think we can talk about that, the welfare system, your points. I'm glad that you called because yes, I was going to look into this hospital thing, but I agree with what you say. I believe it's true. They shouldn't really make it that difficult for them to claim exemptions, except for the fact that they should have the money accounted for. But other than that, I don't think they should be punishing hospitals at all, even private hospitals. If anything, just report sales, and that's it. You know what I mean? Like kind of like if you do like a charity, right? Or even if I was running for a campaign, all the donations that come in, I got to keep track of everybody that donates, how much they donate, and what I'm using for what. I think that's the only thing that the hospitals should do is say, okay, here's the sales, and this is the deposits. That's it. Nothing else. They shouldn't be like,
complex going on.
huh?
There's a industrial complex of nonprofits making money off of charity and tax exemptions.
Yeah.
Blurring the lines between, what's charity, what's a church, what's a religion, what's a cult, all that.
Yeah. No, that's always gonna be biased. I think. I don't
That's
think
a
we'll.
whole other show.
Yeah, exactly. A whole, and I don't even think we'll ever win that, bro. I think there's always gonna be 60-40, 50-50. You know what I mean?
To me, that would be an example of capitalism going too far, and that's something maybe we need to invest in more regulation, keep those checks and balances.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's, the thing is, when the way that I look at capitalism, what is your goal in your life when it comes to financially? What is your goal?
Retired by 65, enough money to live another 15 years.
How much is that? Well, first of all, that's a stupid question.
Probably over $1 million. I don't know.
More than that.
Yeah, probably over $1 million.
Yeah, more than that, I'm sure. It's a stupid question on my behalf because by the time I retire, if there's still Social Security, by the time that I retired, I'm only going to be making about $3,000 a month. But think about this. I'm going to be 50 in June. I have to retire at 67. That means 17 years from now. I have to hope inflation didn't get that bad. I have to hope things didn't get too expensive because those $3,000 in 17 years could equal to like $600 today. And that's crazy. That's why a lot of people, especially financial advisors, because I used to be a financial advisor as well. We would always tell people 401k, invest. You gotta save. Don't just wait on Social Security because that's not just gonna be everything. Some people are foolish and they think that you should keep working until you're 80 to retire. Hell no. I don't want to retire when I'm ready to die. I want to be able to enjoy some sort of mobility. You know what I mean? Like if I take a vacation, I want to be able to go somewhere, I want to be able to go swimming.
I don't think I'll be mobile at 75.
Huh?
I don't think I'll be mobile at 75.
Man, I'm barely mobile right now and I'm not even 50. Hey, listen, that's why I give Trump credit for that, man. The guy's still out there swinging the golf club, and I'm over here complaining about my back. So who knows? Maybe I'll do a live one day golfing.
But don't see many old fat people, and he's doing it. So yeah, I guess there's some credit there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, eating fries and Diet Coke, bro. That's crazy. Anyway, man, hey, thank you so much for calling. Did you want to add something before you go?
Man, have a good day.
Bro, you're very respectful. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you too. I appreciate it.
Be blessed, brother. Take care.
Yep. Bye.
Let's see. Anybody else? There was somebody else calling. You can go ahead and call in. I've been asking Aztec to call. I've been asking Aztec to call from the day one when he came in. When it comes to inflation, look, inflation, it's always going to happen. Inflation is always going to go up. How much, I don't know, but we obviously don't want inflation too high. But we also don't want negative inflation because that brings us to a recession. Yeah, that's the number. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling? Identify yourselves.
So
Who's this?
hello,
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit. Who is this?
Abdul.
Abdul.
I
Abdul.
think it's the wrong number.
Assalamu alaikum.
Malaikum salam. I think it's the wrong number.
On which one?
I call the wrong number.
Oh, you called the wrong number. All right, brother. You be blessed. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
There's nothing wrong with showing respect to people. You know, if you're a Buddhist, however you salute, I'm okay with it. You know, believe it or not, I love Muslim people because they are in their Arab culture, and I'm talking about Arabs, not just people that say I'm a Muslim. In their Arab culture, they are meant to be hospitable to people, and so I appreciate that. But then people get crazy. Like I wouldn't support a person that claims that being Christian is the most righteous thing to do. No, that's wrong. That's not how we do. But being Christian means, you know, that we'll be humble, we'll be honest, but that doesn't mean that we're going to let people walk over us either and you know, and fight. So there's that. I think he's calling again. Thank you for calling Dennis Herrera Show. Who am I speaking with? Did you dial the wrong number again?
No. Is the same number?
This is Dennis.
Yes. Is Dennis Show?
Dennis Herrera Show. Yes, that's right. You got the right number.
Okay. I want to talk to him.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the only one that answers the phone here. You're live right now.
You speak with Abdul.
Yes, Abdul. I remember.
No, I don't dial the wrong number. It's me.
Yes, I know.
So what do you want to talk about today? I hear you every day. You talk about things. You talk about Muslim. You talk about. Okay.
So here,
Talk about,
so if you want to support Islam, right, submit to the government, not to God. If you want to be Muslim, it's okay. I like it. You know, it's a religion. You can practice a religion. But are you in the States with us, or are you in an Arab country? Where do you live? You live in the States?
No, I don't. I don't live in the States.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's a problem that we've been having here with Muslim, not the peaceful ones, the ones that want to destroy America. You know, I believe on a lot of religions, freedom of religion. I like that, but I think that every religion should be respectful of the law of the land. And that's something that the Christ, that the Bible has taught us, to respect the law of the land. And the people that practice Islam, that call themselves Muslims, some of them don't know that they have to submit to Sharia law, and that Sharia law, it's a law
That's what
that
they believe. They believe that,
well,
that,
it's a
that's what they
government
believe.
rule. Yeah, but it's a government rule. That's not God's rule. It's a government rule, and that's the
Yeah,
problem
it's
with
not
Sharia.
government rule. Don't make a mistake between government law and religion. We believe in Islam. Islam is what we believe, so we choose. No matter what, if you got to die for that, or if it's Sharia law, that is our law, and we believe in that. If you are Christian, you can follow your Christianity. We don't obligate you to be a Muslim. You understand?
Well, Muslims over here tell us that they want to kill us.
Nobody wants to kill you.
Yeah, that's their prayers. That's what we be.
Christian kill most people in the world. If you look at the statistics, Christian kill more people in the world.
That's in the past, but that's in the past, and we have corrected. We have corrected
Christian
that.
was there. They killed Muslim in
Yeah, we had Antifada.
now in Iran. America is just dangerous for the world.
But we're not fighting. We're not fighting Islam. We're fighting the regime.
What a regime you fight? You are fighting.
The the regime that wants to
change the regime.
the,
You go
the
to Libya, tell people change the regime. You go to Afghanistan, tell people change the regime.
yeah.
Again.
So what does that? What does
the
what?
Taliban
So what does
stay
that
in
tell
power.
you?
The Taliban stay in power.
So what does that tell you about Islam? It's a good religion or a hateful religion?
Islam, we don't hate nobody. Everybody is free to do whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you think
That's
about?
the rule.
So
We don't oppress nobody. Oppression only God oppress people. We don't oppress nobody.
okay. So here, let me ask you.
Around the world and bomb people.
Let me ask you something. When people come into my show, especially people on the left, right? It's a political thing. People on the left come in here, and they hate on me, and they say that I'm a pedophile supporter. What do you think about
Yes, because
Mohammed?
you know what is going on.
No. Wait. I'm not. That's not my question. That's not my question. Wait. That's not my question. My question is, what do you think about Mohammed, the great prophet?
Muhammad is a prophet. We believe in his prophecy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
We don't- we don't
so if I
believe
said
in
that
Muhammad.
if
People who
if
think
I
that
said
they don't believe in Muhammad.
if I
If you
s-
don't believe in Muhammad,
listen,
that is
if
not
if
problem.
I
If you don't
said
believe in Muhammad,
you have to listen because your phone is a little muffled. Okay, if I said that President Trump is a prophet, should I tell people to stop telling me that I'm protecting a pedophile?
can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. So Mohammed was 53 years old, around 53 years old when he married a 7-year-old.
When we die, I think
That's when he
died,
married.
54.
The Quran says that's when he married.
Okay, I don't know about that. I cannot say, but you say.
No, you say you're a Muslim. You should know about that.
It is so. It is so. The time, that time, 1400 years ago, that time and this time is different time.
Yeah. So in 1979, hold on, here we go. In 1979, Khamenei took over in Iran as the leader.
Yes.
And he changed the marrying age from 18 years old for a woman back to 9 years old, to prepubescence. So it hasn't changed. It's still the same belief.
I cannot accept that in that time. I don't believe in that.
They do it
I
today.
don't believe that's a lie.
Yeah, but they do it today. Yeah, they do it today. So a lot of people were pissed off because the women's rights are being oppressed now. And so they lowered the age to 9 years old. Can you imagine? I'm going to be 50 years old, and you have a cute little girl. Okay, your daughter is 9 years old.
I cannot say that is true or not. I gotta see the proof. If I see the proof, then I can say something.
Yeah. Okay. Here, let me go ahead and look it up. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, Iran change marrying age. Let's take a look and see what we have here. Here we go. It says, following the 1979 revolution, Iran immediately abrogated the Family Protection Act, repealing previous minimum marriage ages from 18-year-old for females. The marriage age for girls was initially lowered to 9 years old, an age of puberty, prepubescence on the Islam law. Before later being revised while requirements for fatherly consent and restrictions on polygamy were relaxed. So they were reduced from 18 years old to 9 years old immediately after Khamenei took over.
People, I don't know who writes that. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, so here's the thing.
That's 1979.
So I believe when you say you're a Muslim, I believe that you're.
You always talk about one thing. Muhammad married that. Even Elvis.
It's still in the Quran. You should respect the Quran. It's in the Quran.
We respect the Quran. Always respect the Quran. The Quran.
Well, how about you? How about you? You can attack the Bible. I'll talk about the Bible.
Christian. Always you
see Christian disrespect a Muslim. We never do it. Even
Because
Trump
we want you to be
is
saved.
example of that. Trump is example of that. What
We want you to be saved.
say always.
You know what the difference between Christians and Muslims are? That we pray for your souls to be saved. You praise to cut our throats off. And that's a big
what you
difference.
think. That is your belief.
No,
That's
it's
what
not
you
my
believe.
belief. This is what they're telling us
That's what
here
you
in the
believe.
States.
We are not like that. We have women, we have children, we have grandma, we have.
Yeah, that's your people. Yeah, you protect your people.
We take care about them. But for you to turn around and say we don't respect women rights,
You
we
don't.
We take women like our property. We are not kind of people. We are not that kind of people.
So let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question.
And that's why we believe.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Do you cover your whole body, your face and everything?
If I want, I'm not obligated.
Yeah, but are you okay? So are you're not obligated, right?
No.
Why? Why are you not obligated to cover yourself from head to toes?
I'm not obligated. If I want, I have a choice. We have choice. We
Okay.
want to-
Do women have a choice?
to do what they want.
Yeah. Do women have that choice?
Always women have choice. Women and men, we have the same right. We are not the same, but we have the same right, men and women.
Yeah. Well, that's not what they do in Iran. They beat the shit out of their women that don't do it. If you don't cover yourself, they beat them.
Different society.
Yeah, that's 40 lashes.
Even you go to South America, you go to China, you go to Africa, you can see people living different. And we try, the Western think them are more civilization, them civilization is better for everybody.
Not Christians. Christians is the same for everybody.
Yeah, Christians, the Western people think them are more civilized more than everybody. So they want to, you see, there's democracy. They always talk about democracy. But for me, democracy is just propaganda.
So democracy is bad?
Big propaganda.
You think democracy is bad?
Democracy lost its sense.
Yeah.
Democracy lost its sense.
Yeah, democracy is horrible,
The
right?
meaning of democracy don't exist anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't
The meaning of
exist.
democracy don't exist. The meaning of democracy should be everybody should be equal in the eyes of the law.
Yeah.
And
Whose
it's
law?
not about the illegal people.
I like that.
People-
So in the
nobody
eyes of
is
whose
illegal
law?
in the world.
So whose law?
Huh?
In the eyes of what law?
In the eyes of the law, what we write together as a human being on planet Earth.
Yeah, we have laws in the
After
States.
the war of 1945.
Do-
After the war of 1945.
Do
in
you
1948, Israel was created.
do you
1948 after the war.
do you follow the law of the government or do you follow Sharia law?
It's different law. You have different law to follow on this earth. We have our own law as human beings to organize the society.
Yeah, I can have I can make my own laws, but I'll be punished if I make my own laws. I don't have the power for that.
Because in Islam we have a law. And
Yeah.
that law, people are scared of it. But that law is more honest law. Because nobody is going to lie.
Yeah.
Because you see people on the TV today, they lie left and right. Because there's no law to hold them accountable from them lying.
Yeah. So if you're not in the United States of America, so it's I can understand you having that religion. That's fantastic. Live your religion the way you live it. But here's the thing: if you were to come, hold on, let me talk. Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me because I can't hear you. So if you come into a country where they don't respect Sharia law, would you still go to that country?
Yes. Yes.
But if you don't follow their law and you follow Sharia law, you will be punished.
If you go there, you got to respect the rule of the land.
Correct.
But
So,
there's all
so you
the
believe
problem
that. I like
because
that.
we create all these problems.
Yeah, but you wouldn't do something because the law that Islam has tells you to.
if in the country, if in the United States of America, that law it's illegal, you will respect that.
Can you repeat that one more time, please? Sorry.
Yeah, if you know that Sharia law is illegal in a country, like here in the United States of America, remember, we have a justice system where everybody has due process, lawyer, etc., etc. Okay. The punishments here are never, yeah, the punishments here are never whips, no lashes. Some states allow death penalty, depending on if it's murder, etc. But there's no lashes for fornication. There's no lashes for being gay. There's no lashes for being an adulterer. Being an adulterer is not a crime trial in the justice system. Yeah, don't cut me off.
In that what they believe is their country. You see, you don't want Sharia law in America. Yes or no?
Yeah, we don't want Sharia law. So you agree with that?
That is them country. Exactly.
Okay, good.
We don't try to enforce Sharia law on America. No way. No way.
Okay, good. See, you're not the kind of Muslims that I talk about. Then you're not the kind of Muslims that I talk about.
That. We don't want that.
Yeah, the Muslims that I talk about, they say that. That's what they want. The ones here in America, see, you're not here, so you probably don't see it. But the ones here in America, hey, Steve, let's make a 17.
Depends on how people treat them. Depends on how people treat them, and they act some way. They defend themselves. Then they will say, we want it. Yes, they will say we want it because the way the people treating them. I see it on the Somali. I see it. That comes because Trump is a bigger fraud master. Trump is the fraud master. And now we take everything we put on Somali people.
Yeah, because they're fraud. They're scammers. If they sin, shouldn't you punish them? What is the punishment that what is the punishment according to Sharia law? What is the punishment for somebody that commits theft? And please tell me that you and your Muslim people have cut off their hands.
Yes, that is the law.
There you go. So we didn't do that. But if we follow Sharia law, all of these Somali people, listen, all of these Somali pirates that have been stealing billions of dollars, they will have no hands. And Ilhan Omar will have no hands today.
Yes. Because
I think I like Muslims.
You don't need to steal.
Yeah.
Ask people for things. They will give you. If they don't give you, you can walk.
Yeah. I think I like Islam. I like Islam.
Don't lie. You see, Trump lies every day on the TV.
Well, that's what they tell you. That's what they tell you he lies. He doesn't lie. They tell you he lies, and you believe that.
No, I see. He said Iran gave him 20 ship of oil. Where is the 20 ship?
10 is what I heard last.
Oh, shit. I think, you see, we need to respect one another. First of all, it's no women illegal in the world. You got to remember that. We are equal in the eyes of the law. That's why in America you have the Constitution.
That's right. That's what we follow. Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln have make the Constitution so everybody can be legal to the eyes of the law.
Yeah.
The Constitution. That's why nobody is illegal in the world because black people was slaves, and then the Constitution comes. Everybody is illegal.
Yeah.
In the eyes of the law, no matter where you're from, what is your religion, where you born.
Yeah, you got to respect the country before you get the privilege to be part of it. That is correct. But so you guys support the LGBTQ, right?
Yeah.
You guys welcome them in your home and you let them practice.
What you want to be. We don't
Okay.
impose
Sure.
nothing on nobody.
So what's the punishment? What's the punishment for not following Sharia law?
We have our law. If you are in our country,
Yeah, but Sharia law
we have
says,
our law.
Sharia
But
law
if you are in the
says,
United States, if you are in the United States, you
I
wherever
understand,
you
but
are,
here
you can do
this is why Islam is wrong. You contradict yourself too much. If you're
no, I
supposed to
don't contradict
follow
myself.
Sharia
I
law
don't contradict.
and you
No,
accept
if you are in the United
LGBTQ in
States,
your
you can
house,
do whatever you want.
you
That
are
is
not
the law of the
following the
United
Sharia
States.
law.
If you are in the United States, you can do whatever you want. But if you are in the Muslim country, we have our own law. We don't follow the Constitution. We follow Islam.
Right.
Quran.
Yeah. We don't want
Yes,
that shit here.
that's what we follow.
Yeah, so we don't want to
If
hear.
you
So
are
that's why I
somebody
talk about
else,
it.
if you are somebody else, you can do whatever you want. We cannot obligate you to be a Muslim. We don't put pressure on you. Nothing. You can do. Everybody is seen.
Yeah, we don't want that. We
Everybody
don't want
else.
Sharia law here. We don't want Islam in the United States of America. We love our
don't also
Constitution.
want to oppose on you.
Yeah,
Muslims
we
have
love our
been
Constitution.
thousands and thousands of years of in America.
So
We
so
don't
what's
care.
the
We don't
advice?
have to today.
So what advice would you give Muslims that are in the United States of America?
Eh, we support one another. We try to be the best what we can be. Whatever we are. We try to live as everybody else. We are not
No, what's
terrorists. Everybody
do you
you see Muslim is terrorist.
do you
We are not
understand the
terrorists.
question? The question is, what advice would you give Muslims in this country?
Be strong for your religion. Don't try to hurt nobody. That's what we are religion. We are religion is a peaceful religion.
Yeah,
Don't
inshallah.
go around the world and bomb nobody. So be strong.
Yeah,
Respect the people.
Yeah.
Help the people.
inshallah.
You live in there. Help one of another to make the country better for everyone. That's all.
I like it.
That's all I can tell to them.
I like it. That's the way that I want to hear it.
But let me
It's
tell you, this
you're
is
you're
Hammer,
pretty.
man.
At
This
least
is
you're
Hammer,
you're
man.
honest with your answers. I appreciate that.
This is Hammer, man.
Did you know? I used to be a leasing agent, and we had a lot of Muslims in our apartment community. They knew I'm a Christian, and we talked about religion a little bit. Every day that they will come into my office, I will always say Assalamu alaikum, and they always say Alaikum salam. And you know what? We respected each other, even though I don't believe in Islam. I respect your culture. I respect the religion. Just don't put it over me or my children. I don't put my Christianity beliefs on you. This is just the country that we live in. Hold on, just listen real quick. I had reserved the cabana. You know what cabana is in apartments? It's like a big space in the office that they can use for gatherings. So I had a full house of all Muslims. Some of them were from Ghana. Some of them were from different parts of Africa, but they were all Muslims. Not one of them, and they knew that I was a Christian, by the way. Not one of them looked at me bad. Every single one of them was very nice to me. They offered me their food, and one of the things that I said to the Muslims, I don't want to be disrespectful. I said I'll eat the food, but I'm gonna warn you, I'm very picky, and I don't like certain foods, like certain vegetables I don't like, right? Herbs, the smells, they bother me. And so, because they were from different areas, they all brought dishes from everywhere. Some of them were actually from Afghanistan as well, and Pakistan, and they were all just there because they hang out together, family, whatever. And I tasted some food and I almost threw up. And then I tasted other foods, but I really liked it. And they would just laugh at me, not in a bad sense. They would laugh at me because I'm not used to their food. Yeah, so they asked me, "Do you want more?" I was like, "Yeah, but only of this." And they just laugh even more. They're like, "Please help yourself." And they will grab a plate and they'll start feeding me. And I'm just like, I had such a good time being a Christian amongst them. And I wish that it was always like that. But not all Muslims are like they are. They are the Muslims, kind of like you, right? Like, yeah, these Muslims, they were respectful to Christians.
Our is open for you every time you want to our Muslim the mosque is open for you. Nobody is going to refuse it. Nobody, just you don't come to the mosque. Or if it's something, the food. We don't hate nobody. I have a lot of white people. I'm living in Holland. I have white people. I work with them every day. You understand? We love people. We love Christians. We don't want to fight with you. You know, you save us. In the Quran, we know the Christians save us. Because when we were persecuted in Medina, we run to the Christians. The Christians save us against the non-believers. So we don't forget Christians. We are brothers. You can follow your religion. We don't hate nobody. We want to be together to make the world a better place for our children, for all human beings. You understand? To be free, enjoy this earth. This earth is the only thing what we have. We don't have no place to go. We cannot go to Mars. We cannot go to the mountains. We got to share this place together as human beings.
Yeah.
We got to make it work one way or another. This religion. It's just, I don't understand. Everybody has right to follow his religion.
Yeah, but
1400 years ago.
Yeah, but this group of Muslims that I talk about are the ones that we don't like. It's not Muslims like yourself.
Let me tell you this quick. You see this Muslim, because we see America, we love American people. But Americans go around the world and killing people, bombard people, destroy our family. Killing our children, our brother, our sister.
You know what Muslims did for us on September 11th? Yeah, they destroyed our Twin Towers. That's what Muslims did in the United States of America.
That's what they say, but there's no proof of that.
They claimed it. They claimed it, and they celebrated in all Muslim countries.
We never...
They celebrated the same way as October 7th in Israel. As a matter of fact, I got a clip here from Sahar TV that I showed yesterday, and I want you to listen to. You speak Arab?
No.
Okay, see, so you're not a true Muslim. You have to speak Arab to be a true Muslim.
I don't speak. I read Arab. I don't speak very good. We have surah. We pray. Don't pray in the church. We don't know everything, but we learn surah to pray and to greet and something not.
Are you able to watch? Are you able to watch and listen to my video?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna play something for you, okay? And I want you to tell me what you see.
What are we doing here, man? Why have we gathered here? Okay, mashallah, we're going to convert the church into a masjid.
That's why I'm running for commissioner. That's why, inshallah, we need more Muslims إنهم ينتخبوا commissioners, senators, congressmen, whatever, political, in cities, in the big government, small government,
In Dearborn, they already have control.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. Hey, Sar, why are you showing a video from Mecca? No, this isn't Mecca. This is Brooklyn, New York, at 5 a.m. Okay, look.
Please step aside, because the last hope for America is in Islam. We are the ones that will remind them of the truth. We will bring Sharia to your chicken. We will bring spices into your kitchens.
How you doing? This is Sahar TV, and welcome to the Islamification of the United States of...
Hold on. Let me get here. I want you to listen first. This is how they initiate, okay?
Positions, so we can actually affect policies. We're already doing it in Dearborn. We need more figures. Watch.
Quran and Sunnah, which is Sharia. We will
If there is a contradiction between the Constitution and Sharia.
Yes. The way that we will deal with that, inshallah, is through the electoral process. We will run candidates, inshallah, wherever Muslims live, and inshallah, we'll get to...
You're not the majority.
So right now, what he said is, the guy is asking him, he says, well, we have a constitution here in the United States of America. He says, won't the Sharia law conflict? And he says, this is why we want to be in government. We want to be, political, so that we can use what you say doesn't exist, and that is a bad thing. We can use democracy to change the law.
Not work because we have the Constitution. If
Yeah,
they follow
but
the Constitution,
they're going
United
against.
States, they cannot work.
Yeah, but they're going to go against the Constitution because if they go power, we have three branches of government. The legislative branch makes the laws in this country, and so a lot of them are looking for Congress positions because they want to change the law to accept Sharia law here, which is going against the Constitution.
You can change the law, but you cannot change the Constitution. The Constitution.
They can, yes, they can amend it. They can amend the Constitution.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem. That the moment that you allowed for people to just be able to get into power from other countries that don't love us, don't like us, then we become easy prey for them. Wouldn't you want to stop me from making all the Muslims in your country Christians? Of course you would, right? Because you believe on Islam. But you wouldn't be mad at me if I preach and I grab all the Muslims and taught them to be Christians? Because listen, I'm going to give you the speech again. Listen to this completely, okay?
To the video. This imam in Michigan has a message to Americans. Have a listen.
And they want to show us morality. You want to teach me how to be refined? Excuse me, you are the ignorant and I am the knowledgeable. Please step aside because the last hope for America is in Islam. We are the ones that will remind them of the truth. We are the leaders of the world. We are the masters. We are the teachers.
And then they will say that the Jews are the masters. The Jews try to control. But then they go inside their masjids and they say completely different things. We are the masters. All the other religions are kuffar religions. They are Din Batil's religions, cancelled religions. But no, to you, the Jews.
And the unseasoned chicken of the white man that colonized our lands. We will bring Sharia.
Thank you. So the thing is here that he is not a Muslim that is trying to force Sharia law in the United States of America, right? That's not the vibe that I'm getting from him. But he's contradicting himself because Sharia law says that if you're homosexual, you gotta get you get lashed 40 lashes for being gay. And he says that he would welcome LGBTQ into his house and practice whatever they want to practice, and that his job is just to welcome them and be a good host. Well, I don't think that's right. And I think that is very contradictory to what Islam teaches in the religion. So I can't support Islam at all, because if I support part of it, then I'm going to be an infidel, and I don't want to be a fake Muslim. If there's no way for me to be Muslim without rejecting that Muhammad was a pedophile, without questioning where the religion comes from, then I don't want to be a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? Like, it comes to light to me, and I don't understand why Democrats protect these extremist Muslims here in our country. You know, they tell us with their own words and their own prayers that they want to kill us. Obviously, Abdul doesn't, right? Abdul is actually a Muslim who believes in the peace part of it. But unfortunately, that's not Islam in a whole. Islam in totality, it's evil. It's not true. It's a fake religion. It is a political movement. Islam did not start with Ishmael. Islam didn't start as a faith from the son of Abraham, Ishmael. It didn't start. Islam did not start with Ishmael. I want you to understand that if you want to be a Muslim, you have to understand why you shouldn't be or why you should be a Muslim. It was a religion, Islam. It just means submission. That's what it means. It means submission. So it sounds nice. In Islam, it sounds nice. Right? But when you know what Islam means, hey, practice the religion of submission. If you say that, if you say practice the religion of submission, how many of you think that sounds pretty nice? Nobody. Now, the Christians, we believe that we should submit to God, of course. But Christian means to follow Christ. Islam is not be like Ishmael. It's not the same thing. All religions are a cult. Even not believing in God is a cult. They are all, everything is a cult. There's a good cult, bad cult, whichever one you choose. But the point is that Islam was created 600 years after Christ. They copied a lot of books and they made their own Quran. They made their own translation to mold the truth so that they can control people. Now, if we had that law that if you're a thief, we'll cut your hands off, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I want to see all of these Somalis who have been scamming, stealing money from the American taxpayers. All those people, I want to see no hands. You see how that works? According to Islam, they should have no hands. But because we're a Christian nation that has a constitution, even though we're losing Christianity by the tons, God's time is coming. That's a stupid comment, Fresh. Christianity says the same thing. Is that right? Is that what we do in our courts? Is that what we do to people here? We don't cut their hands off. Don't be retarded. We don't even give people lashes just for being gay. We don't lash people. We don't lash people for saying Muhammad was a pedophile. We don't lash people. We don't lash at you people that go and say dirty diaper Trump. We don't lash you. You don't get punished. He's not a king. If he was a king, you wouldn't be able to protest. Bottom line. All right. There's no need to watch that video again, obviously. But I had to show that part because I think it's important. All right, guys. We got 5,000 views. Pathetic. That is pathetic. I want to show you guys how fantastic the new generation of America is.
Okay, we'll keep it with the driving theme and when things don't work out. Out-of-control teenagers taking over streets across the nation now. Those scenes from Los Angeles, just a glimpse of what cities are dealing with, and it's not just L.A. Right now, city council members in Washington, D.C. are preparing to vote on extending the emergency youth curfew meant to curb these wild events. You're watching Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner here with my co-host Emily Campagno. Joining us today, Molly Line, Fox News correspondent, Lisa Booth, Fox News political analyst, and with us for the first time, Captain Barry Butch Wilmore, former NASA astronaut and author of Stuck in Space, as astronauts hope through the unexpected. Amazing. Okay, I can't go on with any stories without touching with you. First of all, welcome.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you. I mean, this is pretty surreal for me. I tied in from space one day. I got my topics were done, or my tasks were done, and I tied into the feed. Just turned on my iPad, and Fox News popped up. Outnumbered was on.
You can watch us from space?
She was talking about me. The moment it popped up, Emily was talking.
Emily, that's a big microphone.
I know, very big.
No pressure, my friend.
Now I'm in the center of the couch. This is wild.
Okay, but hopefully it doesn't feel as stuck as you did up there.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, God bless you and welcome home. I bet you can't hear that enough.
Oh, well, no, Earth is a good place to be. Absolutely.
We're fans. All right. Well, you are outnumbered.
I am indeed.
But not outdone.
No, let's go.
Okay, let's get started. Many cities have turned to curfews and other restrictions to try to discourage teenagers, but the trend is now spreading. In the last few months, police in 11 cities have responded to takeovers, some of which have turned violent. Many of them events are organized on social media, so they're getting bigger as more people respond. Like this one. Let's take a look. It turned a Wisconsin mall into a madhouse. Videos show hundreds of masked spring breakers invading stores and starting fights. And at least 13 people were arrested in that one. Law enforcement officials are warning viral videos of these events are breeding copycats now. And police departments say they are overwhelmed as a small gathering can devolve.
Very low IQ right there.
Into chaos very quickly. Lisa, what's your thought?
Well, I blame Democrats. Full stop. I mean, for decades and years now, they have been leading this breakdown of society from all different vantage points, from a policy standpoint to the narrative around policing, also culturally as well. I mean, you look at the policing angle, all the soft on crime stuff that Democrats have pushed, the elimination of cash bail, abolishing the police, and then you get to culturally with welfare, incentivizing single family homes, punishing marriage as well. You look at the breakdown of God, of, mocking God as well, mocking the family unit. And then you look at the narrative around policing. You could go back to Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot. President Obama pushed that lie. He said it was a breakdown of, the policing and, really blamed the police throughout the era. You look at Kamala Harris. She went and told Jacob Blake in Wisconsin that she was proud of him, a guy who showed up at his own victim's home to re-victimize her and then pulled a knife on police officers. Kamala Harris also encouraged people to fund the Minnesota Bail Fund as well, and to bail out some of those rioters in Minnesota. Mayor Johnson said that law enforcement was a sickness. So you can go down all the way down the line and see how they have led to this degradation of society and this breakdown of society. So I blame the Democrats, full stop.
My guest last hour, Kelly Simpson, was a former U.S. attorney, Emily, and I thought of you when he talked about consequences, and he said this needs a Pavlovian response.
I like that, the bell with the dog.
Yeah.
If we view this through the lens of these are children, then we need to see that they are victims, and they could be victims. And when we talk about the violence, the nature of the crimes that they're engaging in, it is absolutely horrifying. And if you want to have that party see them for what they will, well, then they should understand that there's an epidemic of opportunity and threats to these kids' safety. Now, if you want to look at it through the lens of them being adults, it makes it all the more frightening, and that's what I think we should do.
But that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. This country has to get worse before people wake up. Has to get worse before people wake up.
President Trump addressing the nation tonight as the administration signals that an end to the war in Iran is just weeks away. This all comes just hours after the commander-in-chief gave an update on the results of Operation Epic Fury.
We had regime change already. We've knocked out one regime, then we knocked out the second regime. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons.
Meantime, right now, officials are working to secure the release of an American journalist, Shelley Kittleson, believed to be kidnapped by an Iran-backed group in Baghdad. Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman joins me now. Dan, let's start with what the president said. Are you confident that 2 to 3 weeks is enough time to accomplish what we need to accomplish before we leave, in light of the fact that this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to neuter Iran once and for all?
Yeah, I think that remains to be seen. Look, our goals have been pretty clear, It's to destroy Iran's defense industrial base, their ballistic missile program, the drone program, their navy, to destroy what's left of the nuclear program, somehow to gain control of the roughly 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium as well. Now we have to add to that dealing with the Strait of Hormuz. But those are all the things I think that the president will need to accomplish before we get out. You're right. Once we end the war, we don't want to have to go back in 6 months or a year. The president alluded to that yesterday. We don't want to have to, as the Israelis like to say, mow the grass and dig up the weeds again. We want to deal with this once and for all.
What does this timeline mean for U.S. troops potentially on the ground in Iran? Because when you hear 2 to 3 weeks, that does not give a lot of time to put our troops in an enemy combatant country and then pull them out.
Yeah, I think, look, that the message to our troops is pretty clear. We've sent the 82nd Airborne Marine Expeditionary Force, the 75th Ranger Detachment. We've got the George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier. We've got a lot of military assets in place. And I think what the administration might be doing is thinking about last strikes that could produce the damage that we want on Iran's defense capabilities, on their security establishment, those targets that matter so much before we come to a deal that will end this war.
As for the kidnapped journalist, State Department said they warned this individual not to go. This individual went regardless of all of that. Is this a one-off, or is this part of a strategy that Iran is utilizing to influence this war?
Look, we always tell our journalists, American citizens, to avoid war conflicts like this one, and where they're going to be putting themselves at grave risk. I really understand that journalists, that's by their very nature, it's what they do. We know at Fox News how our journalists have done that. Intrepid, brave journalists like Ben Hall. But in this case, what we'll be doing, I'm quite sure, is using our intelligence resources. I've done that at CIA to try to track down and find our journalists, conduct negotiations where and if that's possible, and do everything we can to find this journalist and bring her out safely. But it's extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you. Obviously, a lot of the focus now is going to be on this. But before we let you go, big picture, coming out of this war whenever it ends, this administration is not happy with NATO. We asked for help. NATO did not provide it. The president telling The Telegraph he is strongly considering pulling out of NATO. Secretary of State Marco Rubio echoing similar sentiments. Listen.
I've been one of the strongest defenders of NATO during my time as a United States Senator because I found great value in it. But when we need their help, not their help, we're not asking them to conduct airstrikes. When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. But I do think, unfortunately, we are going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or has it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe.
Is that where this is headed, Dan? The United States leaving NATO? And if so, what about NATO, if anything, survives?
Look, I hope that's not the case, and we need to stop airing our differences publicly. That only helps our adversaries like Russia, which we're trying to deter Russia. I think what we need is a NATO summit behind the scenes. We need to discuss some of these tensions. Look, the NATO members will argue the United States didn't consult them before our attacks on Iran. And we will argue that NATO members were slow to come to our assistance when asked to do some things to help us in the war, to prosecute this war against Iran. So, look, both sides have issues we need to discuss, but best to do it privately. Let's leave the hyperbole out of this about leaving NATO. I don't think that's in the offing, and of course Congress would be very much against that, and they've passed a law that makes it clear that we won't without their approval. It's a congressional treaty. So, look, hopefully we'll have a summit and solve some of these outstanding differences.
Dan Hoffman, we asked you about a lot of things. You answer them all, and we appreciate that. Great insight this morning. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks.
That's funny that people come in here and say, oh, he wants to be king. Well, let's take a look what a king looks like. Bam! There you go. That tells me we don't have a king. You don't get that when you have a king. 77,302,000 Americans voted President Trump to come in and do what we want him to do. Nobody said that attacks on Iran was going to be a piece of cake. Can we destroy them? Absolutely. 100%. 100% we can destroy them. But because we're trying to be more careful about how we can go about it, it's going to take longer time. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. And I expect casualties. Nothing is without casualties. We have lost more soldiers in training operations than in this actual war. So take that with a grain of salt and don't be naive and stop talking about kings because we don't have any. With that being said, why don't we listen to some CNN news? Let's take a listen about how the disapproval of Trump is the highest. Let's get it.
A brand new CNN poll finds that the president's approval on the economy has fallen to an all-time career low for him of 31%. It has never been lower for President Trump. This only begins to tell the story, though, of the president's problems on the economy. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Herrera. And as I said, this is just scratches the surface because there are some other numbers here that are really staggering.
This is no April Fool's joke. This is a disaster. All these numbers are a disaster for President Trump. I mean, let's just talk about inflation, which is the name of the game. Okay, highest disapprovals on inflation about this time in a presidency. Whenever you have Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter on the board and you're matching them or slightly exceeding them when it comes to inflation, you know it's bad. Look at this. 72% in our latest CNN poll say they disapprove of the president on inflation. Joe Biden, an average of polls at this point in his presidency, 68%. And Jimmy Carter, whose presidency, just like Joe Biden's, was absolutely wrecked by inflation, was at 66%, about at this point in his presidency back in 1978. Donald Trump, even worse than they are. So you see it here, and the one word is, or phrase I might say is, oh my goodness gracious, what a disaster.
It just what's so interesting here is inflation was way higher.
Yes.
So they just, right now, voters don't like what the president is doing on it, even if it isn't as high as it was at these other times. What about gas prices?
What about gas prices?
I want to know. I want to know if inflation rates were way higher under Biden. I wonder why it's so high disapproval with President Trump. So my train of thought here shows me that we are projecting at a higher 4.2%. Some to the potential tariff impact. Okay, I got you. 4.2% inflation rate. Joe Biden was a 9.4. 9.4. We are half, less than half, the inflation that we had under Biden. Yeah, Susan, it happens. It goes up and down. My point is that it goes up and down. 2.9 when he left. We brought it down to 2.3. Went back to 2.4, 2.7. I got it. January says right there, this year, 2.4%. It's still lower than Biden's, and yet, yeah, and who shut down the country? The Democrats. It wasn't Trump. He was the one begging them to open the country. He was the one that said, don't let anybody come from China. Xenophobia, they said. Democrats have blocked everything that Trump has been doing to protect our country. And yet they make every excuse for the failures of the Democrats by saying COVID. Even with COVID, President Trump's first term, up here. It's the truth. I wasn't born yesterday. I've been here. I lived it. You know, Democrats come and tell me, and again, I'm not defending Republicans, but Democrats come and tell me that Republicans, Trump, it's a king, and he's taking the rights away from people. Let's go back to COVID. Millions of jobs were lost because they were not considered essential. Democrats shut down the country. They also told us, F your rights. You got to get vaccinated. If we said no, which is my right, they said you will lose your job. Democrats lied and said, if you get the jab, if you get the COVID shot, you won't get sick. Democrats said that. And I got hella sick. Only after I took the vaccine. Democrats took away your jobs. They took away your freedoms. But get this. They didn't take everybody's freedom away. No. You cannot go to church because of COVID. But if you want to protest by the thousands on the street, go ahead. You're free to assemble. How about if we go to church because as a First Amendment right, just as a protester right? Democrats did that. Of course, and Trump saw that there was nothing wrong with the vaccine for the information that Dr. Fauci gave him and those crooked so-called doctors. You can't blame the president for the people that lied to him. See, that's why President Trump came up on a second level president with experience. And because he knows all the corruption and all the destruction that the Democrats did against him while he was president, he is now looks at as an authoritarian dictator. Because just like me, he is nobody's bitch. And that's a fact. We are alphas. And people like Hammer, Team Hype, better. You're all better. If you're a Democrat supporting this lunatics, you're a beta. You guys don't even know what a woman is. Anywho, I like the way that CNN puts it in there. 72% disapproval. Oh, well, Joe Biden created millions of jobs. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He just opened the country back conveniently. Opened the country back and just gave back the jobs that were taken away. That's not producing new jobs. So he can take credit for millions. If you believe that he created those jobs, you're a retard. I don't see a job created for me. I got my job back. That's not a job created. It's crazy. Hammer, we respect the Constitution. But you are like a criminal. You interpret the Constitution so that you can be a criminal. I interpret the Constitution to protect the people. That's how it works. Let me tell you the world that we live in. Today, doctors destroy our health. Today, our lawyers destroy justice. Universities, colleges, the educational system destroys knowledge. Our banks destroy the economy. Religion destroys morals. The press destroys information. Government destroy freedoms. The Constitution is very, very simple, but it still needs to be amended to today's time. The Constitution was made for American citizens, not illegal immigrants. Not one. Human rights is not the same as legal rights. It's a fact. It's the truth. Now, all those statements that I gave you, it can be the other way. In a world where we believe in Christ and we depend on Christ, doctors provide health. Lawyers respect the law. Our universities will teach us and give us knowledge. The press would be honest and give us information, not destroy it. It's a reality that we live. You have to choose what reality you want to live. And I choose to live my own reality. And I tend to believe that they're facts.
Prices, which of course is part of this inflation picture, only making this number climb ever higher. How about disapprove on gas prices? Okay, disapproval ratings on gas prices. Biden's worst number, his worst number in any poll I could find.
Gas prices under Biden, without defending ourselves from a warring regime, were higher than gas prices right now. And the reason why it looks higher in states like California, Washington, it's not because of what's going on in the Hormuz Strait. It's because of the taxes and regulations that they put from your local beautiful governor and mayors and city councils. Those people that run your state at $1.47 here in Washington State to that gas. Imagine that. Imagine that.
With 72% disapprove of Joe Biden on gas prices. Donald Trump right now in our CNN poll, 76%. 76%. 3 in 4 Americans disapprove of the way that Donald Trump is handling gas prices. And again, the gas prices were higher during Biden, but the increase has been so dramatic. Under the last month under Donald Trump, we're talking about an increase of about $1. It's the highest increase that we've seen since at least 1991 in terms of raw dollars. No wonder this number is so high. He is...
Ryan, I'm sorry. Are you that stupid or retarded? That's CNN giving it to you. That's your news outlet. That's your news outlet giving you the information. Not me. I haven't watched this clip. But it's a fact. I didn't make it up.
Beating or doing even worse than Joe Biden was on gas prices, which, of course, was such a major issue.
So talk about his disapproval on the economy. Put it in historical perspective.
Okay, so you see the gas prices here. Disaster. You see the inflation here. Disaster. How about the economy? You know, you mentioned it was the worst in terms of the approval rating for Donald Trump in any poll we've conducted. How about highest disapprovals on the economy about this point in term 2? Look at this. These are the worst. In our poll, 69% disapproved of Donald Trump on the economy. For George W. Bush, it was 57% in terms of the average. Barack Obama, 56%. Donald Trump is crushing him on a metric. You don't want to be crushing anybody.
I've never been polled, but it's okay. Let's go with the numbers.
which is disapproval ratings on the economy. He's double digit scores. I was looking at some other polling data, also above the 57 and 56%, the worst of all time at this point in term number 2. It's the economy dragging Trump down.
So, I love this. Let me tell you why I love this. I love this. Let me tell you why. I want you to be witnesses of all the negativity. I like this guy. He's actually pretty good. Of all the negativity, even though everything was worse under those presidents, especially Barack Obama, even though it was worse with those presidents, Trump has the highest disapproval, according to the poll from CNN. Let's accept that. It is what it is. I want you to be a witness of how bad the leftists talk about Trump. You ready for this? Now, when this thing is finished in Hormuz Strait and the prices of gas go way down and the economy gets a boost and we start seeing more money, I want you to remember this day. Because when they went after him for 8 years, they looked like the fools. They wasted hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, falsely accusing this man, President Donald Trump, who is being disapproved today. Why don't we do this? Right on 7, welcome. How about this? Let's take a look. Let's do this. Let's see. Let's take a listen. Let's take a look. Let's go through the different people here, different reportings. CNN says 69%, 57% according to The Economist. And let's see, who else? They don't have this March. Come on, give me this year. %47 against the, according to the Gallup. %36% according to the Reuters. And that's because of fuel prices, of course. And what else we got? You guys can check all this information as well. Here we go. As of April 1st, now this could be an April Fool's type of joke. Donald Trump's approval rating was relatively stable over the first couple of weeks of the Iran war. But since then, his popularity has taken something of a nosedive. Just 2 weeks ago, Trump's net approval rating in the Silver Bulletin was averaging minus 13.9%. Today, Trump has 16.7 negative percent. That's a record low for his second term. And let's see, the share of Americans who strongly disapprove of Trump, it's 46.7%. That's the percentage that I was looking for. So 46.7 compared to 69% in CNN. It doesn't matter. 40, 50, 60, 70, it's still disapproval, and I will always take that information with a grain of salt. But the reason why I celebrate this is because I know who I voted for. I know what it takes. We just don't have the power or the authority, but the president does. And I still believe in God that Trump is doing the right thing. If you want to be rich, if you believe that Trump is doing all of this to become even richer, my advice to you is, whatever you believe that he is doing to get richer, why don't you join him? Go invest on the things that Trump invests and see how that goes. And stop bitching and whining and complaining that the rich make so much money and you don't. Oh, JS, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Yeah, lame casinos, probably. I mean, this is back in the early 90s. This is a shitty thing to do, I get it. But you know what the difference is in casinos today? The President Trump was not getting money from the federal government. How about that? You know, the Indian casinos are only alive because of all the millions of dollars that the federal government gives them. The federal government didn't give him millions of dollars to keep those casinos going. Nothing. Private. He had partners. They pulled out. They lost their money. It is what it is. Bankrupt, my friends. Is there to give us a hand, to help us do a reset. JS, you want to debate me? You got to put your money where your mouth is. $100 super chat. Otherwise, shut the hell up. Dirty money, Trump told us to invest in steel. He sure did. And I will tell you right now, invest on the oil stock. I don't play the stocks, but I'm going to tell you right now, you better invest on that. You better invest on that. You're not a Christian, bro. I mean, you know what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't even say that. You're not the kind of Christian that I am. How's that? Worry about your salvation, not about your little belief. I know that's a lot of money for your welfare ass, but that's the way it is. You want to demand a debate? I'm all yours. You better put $100 on the super chat. Put your money where your mouth is. If you're serious about it, you would, but EBTs are not accepted. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Oh, well, we got a message from Facebook here. They don't want diversity. They want obedience. If you can't say what you believe. Let me see what this is. It's a video, I think. Oh, it's Nino. Shout out to Nino. He is live on Facebook. Nino says, here's the scam. They say, be yourself. Then they add the fine print. Be yourself as long as it matches their approved list. Nino, you're a badass. Say pride and you're brave. Say Jesus and you're a problem. They don't hate hate. They hate disagreement. Good job, Nino. Keep it going, my friend. Keep it going. But I can't watch your show while you're live and I'm live. I might want to, interact with this guy. It's another Hispanic brother telling the truth. Dirty Money says, I did invest on steel, but in $48 a piece. Sold for $639. Let's go. Now, you know who's not doing good? Meta. Meta's not doing good. Why? Because the justice system is filled with activist judges. We cannot have activist judges. We just can't have that. We can't allow for activists, socialists, communists, Marxists to be in government. You remember when there was a problem with commies in this country? There is a reason for that. There is a reason for that. Oh, look at this bastard. Look at this Republican senator. Huh. Ted Cruz traveling. What a bastard. I'm going to show you something, guys. This is sick. This is sick. Ted Cruz traveling to Fort Lauderdale. Look at this. How dare he? How dare he go in coach? No senator should be flying coach. What an idiot. What an idiot. Look at him. Look at him. I'm sure he upgraded for the extra leg room, but he did not fly first class. How dare he? Ted Cruz is a good guy, man. I like Ted Cruz. He's fantastic. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. Wonderful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor? Oh, here we go. Let's do this. Mr. Rogers. I like this one. Let's see. Here's a song. Here is a song.
Boy.
Check this out. Remember Mr. Rogers? Remember Mr. Rogers, guys? Aww.
Boys are boys from the beginning. Girls are girls right from the start. Everybody's fancy, everybody's fine. Your body's fancy, and so is mine. Only girls can be the mummies. Only boys can grow up and be the daddies. Yes, sir, everybody's fancy, everybody's fine. Your body's fancy, and so is mine. I think you're a special person, and I like your ins and outsides. Everybody's fancy, everybody's fine. Your body's fancy, and so is mine.
The Catholic vote. I like how I'm playing a song here played by Mr. Rogers from a long time ago. And they're still putting liar, lies, lies. God is dead. That's a lie. God is dead. That is a lie. God is alive inside of me and every one of those who believe. Yeah. He's a leer. He went to the Leering Center. There you go. Good job, buddy. You will learn. We will teach you the best that we can. We will teach you the best that we can. All right, let me see what... let's see. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here's something about socialism from the best man to say it.
So what's the difference between socialism and democratic socialism? Well, socialism usually works out to be a system where a political elite control the means of production and then essentially plan the economy in order to decide who gets what based off of political incentives, which will prop up the regime and usually results in breadlines. And democratic socialism is when you convince enough people to vote for it. Usually only once.
This guy didn't get it. This guys didn't get it. These guys didn't get it, man. Oh, boy. I'm not even going to show you this video about about Islam. Hey, check this out. No king. Oh, here we go. One of our friends here from Seattle got arrested. Vegas cop. This is in Vegas. He got arrested in Vegas, guys. Check this out.
Hey, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this again. We told you twice. Stay out of the road. Twice. I told you twice to stay on the road.
I'm a journalist, guys. Why? I literally stepped off the sidewalk, guys. What? I'll listen to the rest of the event.
That's the third time you stepped in the road there.
What are you talking about, guys? I want to cross over.
You got ID on you, man?
Yeah, I do. If you can look right there. You'll see my media badge. I'm with Turning Point, guys. I hope you're recording. That's it. Yeah, guys, you know this is out of control. I literally put 1 foot on the side.
So, Cho is from Seattle. He is a journalist. He got arrested because he stepped off the sidewalk as he's trying to record the people on the sidewalk. This guy, who, by the way, I am going to assume that he goes by they, them. I don't know. Maybe they, them, or gender fluid or something. Power trip. The guy steps off the sidewalk, journalist, of course, and he gets arrested. He gets arrested by stepping off the sidewalk as he's trying to make his video. I love that. Now watch this. These people don't get arrested. And look what they do. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. Just peaceful protesting. Peaceful protesting. Oh. All right, God's dead. That was it. Have a good one, bud. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. Everything is peaceful protesting. Don't worry about it. Peaceful protesting. So, for those of the libtards that come in here and put January 6th, if you really believe January 6th, if you're putting that on there because January 6th was bad, why don't you condemn this bullcrap? Huh? Why don't you condemn it? You see how retarded you guys sound? You see that, Rock? That's how retarded you sound. You put on there January 6th. January 6th was very peaceful. That's what I'm saying. I show you how they treat Republicans, Trump supporters. The guy steps 1 foot off the sidewalk so that he can record as a journalist. The guy comes right away, arrest him. But these guys are actually destroying. You know why they got pardoned? If you can put it on the chat, why they got pardoned, I'm with you. If you know why they got pardoned, I will be on your side. But you know why you won't put it? Because once you find out why they got pardoned, it's going to say that you're on my side, and you don't want that. Go look it up. Anywho, so we have the way that they treat Trump supporters, very violent against us. Very violent. Against Democrats, not so much. Not so much. Let's do this. Let me see if I can find some of those videos. I should have never got rid of those videos.
As we provide answers to...
This is what the libtards believe. And sorry to call you libtard, but that's the way you guys act. The Select Committee to investigate January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. When you watch this well-clipped video, which, by the way, It's not that long. You condemn these people. You condemn them for exercising their rights to protest. And you watch this joke of a hearing. And nobody questions it. Nobody questions this. Why nobody questions it? I don't know. Every single one of them in that committee for January 6th, Democrats. They betrayed our nation that day. Why isn't it half Republicans and half Democrats? They got to pick. They got to pick their lynching mob, is what they did. To me, that was very unconstitutional. Because there will be no way that they will be impartial. There is no way that they will judge blindly. They edited the video to make it look horrible. Thanks for stopping by, Lou. Out of here. They edited the video. Now, why? I don't understand. Why are people being such assholes on the chat? Instead of trying to understand and having a conversation about what we're talking about, you want to be jerks on the line. Well, we're not going to have that shit. Let's take a listen.
The American people about January 6th.
As if this liar will ever tell the truth anyway.
It's important that we remember exactly what took place. That this was no tourist visit to the Capitol. Most of the footage we are about to play has never been seen. The Select Committee obtained it as a part of our investigation. This isn't easy to watch. I want to warn everyone that this video includes violence and strong language. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation of the violence of January 6th.
Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy!
Yeah, just for awareness, be advised, there's probably about 300 Proud Boys. They're marching eastbound in this 400 block of kind of Independence, actually on the mall towards the United States Capitol.
I am not allowed to say what's going to happen today because everyone's just going to have to watch for themselves. But it's going to happen. Something's going to happen.
Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! You hurt you. We are on your side. Don't make us go against you. Understand the side. Pick a side. These are our streets.
$20 a picture.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence...
All right, Rock, thanks for stopping by. Get the hell out of my chat, bro. You're not here to have a discussion. You're a moron. You're not here to have a discussion. Get the hell out of my chat. If you want to have a discussion and you want to talk about it, let's do it. Let's do it. Let me see. If you don't stay on subject, I will kick you out. There's no reason for you to be here if you don't want to be part of the conversation. You're not paying me. You're not making me any money. You're not doing me any favors. All you are is some piece of shit that's stuck in the sole of my shoe. Okay? So if you don't want to have a conversation, you don't want to stay on subject, you can just leave my chat, okay? I want people that want to have a conversation here. I like this. So look at the evidence that they are playing for the people in court.
Does the right thing we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people. Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
We love Trump! We love Trump! We love Trump! We love Trump! We love Trump!
Just a point. Proud Boys are dumbasses. You guys are stupid. If anybody actually does what the bad part of this group did, they are morons. And I agree. They are bad people, and they got what they got. But the fact is, and the irony in it is that none of you libtards ever have condemned riots by Antifa, have condemned all these peaceful protests that are burning streets, buildings down on the streets, all this violence. Not once have you ever stood against it. So that's what pisses me off about your stupid ass comments on the chat. You guys are retarded. You have no brain, no common sense. You are hypocrites. Come in and have a conversation. Proud Boys good? No, I don't like them. So what? That's not me. You don't put me in that category. You guys like to say all of the people, all Republicans, all Trumpsters are garbage and should be killed. Bro, what do you expect? But look at the clips. They're not showing you, okay, here's the entrance. Okay, here's the outside, right? They're showing you all the things that make you think violence.
We love Trump! We love Trump!
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the...
By the way, we listened to the whole speech together. And look how they clip it. Why are they clipping his speech? Think about it. Why do they clip the speech? Because they know they're lying. They're setting you up. It's what they do. What did Nancy call it? The smear. The smear. That's what Nancy Pelosi called it. And this is why she's retiring next year, because she's losing her mind. She can't continue to lie like she has been. Tell me, if you're honestly, I want you to use critical thinking. Forget that you hate Trump. Use critical thinking. They're giving you little clips. You can look at the timestamp. Little clips of what he says. And then he goes, and the camera goes to a group of people that are acting retarded. And then they go back and clip another part of his message, and let's see where it goes next.
The good of our country. And if you're not...
Think about it. Do you want to have a clip version of the truth, or do you want to see the whole truth?
I'm going to be very disappointed in you, I will tell you right now.
I'm a photographer by profession. I'm a videographer by profession. You know what I know? Do you know what you're supposed to do when you do photo and video? What's the number one rule? What's the number one rule why you use photography or video? You probably don't even know. But the number one important rule, the one important reason, the one reason why you do photography and videography is to tell a story. Very simple. How that story looks is how I place my video. how I place my clips. Oh, we'll get there.
Get back, ladies! Get back, ladies!
It's one priority. We just had protesters. T circle, breach the line. We need backup. Right here, goddammit! Let it do it! Let it do it!
By the way, I want to point out how they are the minority of the people out there.
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
We're going to give riot warnings as soon as the outriders here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50, be advised, Capitol Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
50, I copy.
Hold the line! 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 Respect the line!
42. We're about 5 miles out. We're trying to make our way through all this.
Now, this is very violent. And I like how they start breaking windows in here. But what's the reason? The reality is there was a lot of Trump supporters already inside, protesters. They don't give you these videos. They don't give you access to these videos right away. I have to. There used to be so much footage before, and like I said, I didn't think that I was going to have to talk about this bullshit again, but it seems that libtards have continuously bring this January 6th over and over and over. We have played clips where they edited his speech to make it sound like he was inciting, and to see supposedly people that come in here that think they're smarter than me, that they come in here without that fact. Stop pretending to be smart. Go look your full research. You've been watching the setup video from the January 6th committee. What is one thing Democrats do all the time against the American people that go against them? They kill them. They imprison them. They sacrifice them. They shut the government down. They go on vacation for 2 months. They get paid. We don't get paid in government. They make the people suffer, the military, national security, etc. They get paid. They don't give a crap what happens to us because they're getting their money. They're getting their money. So what about the people that need all those benefits? What about those people that get paid? TSA, big time. How come they don't get paid? And then the Democrats and the senators, they get paid. And they get a nice 2-month vacation. Well, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Here's a video clip put together. I can go and grab all the scenes and tell you how peaceful January 6th was. And you're going to be like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. They are innocent. But you have to be able to know when somebody's using you. They get paid good money. Yeah. And they make us, the people, suffer. AOC, the people need to suffer more. The way they squeeze Trump is by telling you to suffer, by making you suffer. That's how they stick it to Trump. By taking away your rights, by hurting you. Listen, they work for us. They're supposed to work for us, not against us. If they don't take care of us, they shouldn't get paid. I am not getting a Kraken jersey, bro. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Thank you, Ron. Maybe. But that's crazy, right? Like, I want you to look at things. If there was no Trump right now in office and we had a different Republican, what would be the excuse? What would be the reason why they will hate us if there is no Trump? I can tell you, when I called the Republican Party to see what I need to do for this campaign and this and that, I said, this is my belief. This is the policies that I support. They didn't care that I'm calling the Republican Party committee to join them. I have no real affiliation with anybody. I'm calling to join them. I'm seeing all the bad stuff that's happening right now with the Democrats, and the Republican Party tells me it doesn't matter if you have a good heart, if you have the right, mentality for this and that. It doesn't matter. If you have no money, you're not good. You're not going to win. So I can't defend the Republican Party. They are just as dirty. Politicians are dirty, and I don't give a shit if Republican Party gets pissed at me. I don't give a shit about a party. I care about the United States of America. Why don't I care about the Epstein file? We're not freaking judges. Let them deal with that. Why do I care about talking about Muslims or all these ICE agents? Because that is something that we can do something about. Democrats have been lying. It pisses me off how much politicians lie.
We have a breach of the Capitol. Breach of the Capitol to the upper level.
Jack, be advised they're requesting additional resources on the east side as they've broken into that window and they're trying to kick it in.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. U.S. demands the truth. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence.
Just so you know, there was hundreds of people going in and out. They don't show you that. But the chaos, it looks better. It sells better. I can tell you, if I was here for clicks, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If I was here for clicks, I'd be lying to you every day. because lies sell. The truth, very, very minimal people want to hear the truth. They'd rather be lied to. That's just the way the world works, man. I know. I live it long enough to understand how this world works. I lived long enough in my life to know these politicians are liars.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous.
Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund is accusing Nancy Pelosi of rewriting history about January 6th. This comes after Pelosi criticized Trump's recent decision to activate the D.C. National Guard. Pelosi claimed Trump delayed deploying the Guard during the Capitol attack, but Sund says Pelosi blocked his request for Guard assistance before and during the riot. He says he requested Guard help on January 3rd, but the Sergeant at Arms denied it. Sund claims he was prohibited from calling them in without specific approval. He said the Pentagon offered support that day, but he had to decline due to lack of authority. On January 6, he says his urgent requests were denied for over an hour. Sund has accused Pelosi of shifting blame to Trump for the delays before.
Now, did that video from the documentary of Pelosi, her daughter's work, was that video in the clip where she was accepting responsibility, accountability, where she knew they effed up 3 times? They offered to get the National Guard. They play the clips. Mike Pence has failed. He did. Mike Pence was a wuss. He betrayed all of us. No balls, no honor. I agree with that. But what President Trump said in his speech is like, we're going to go over there and peacefully. The video here doesn't show you the peaceful part. It was set up. It was set up. Let's take a listen to Michael Knowles. Let's see what he put in here. No. Nothing good. I want to watch the video. Oh my gosh, I want to see the video. See, even the videos that we've seen before, they're no longer available. I wonder why that is. If you have a link to a video that shows all those people inside the inside the Capitol Hill, let me know. I'm telling you, man, there was a lot of videos, bro. Let's take a look at this video here.
A stunning new report has revealed that the FBI had 26 informants on the ground in Washington, D.C. during the January 6th Capitol riot that unfolded nearly 4 years ago. And of those 26 informants that were on the ground, a majority of them had entered in spaces that were off limits and did not have special permission to do so. That is the finding of the Justice Department's official watchdog. Notably, the watchdog concluded that there was no evidence to suggest that the FBI had any actual agents that were on the ground, but they did have these informants. We had previously known from prior court cases that there were some FBI informants on the ground. One court document had revealed that one of the informants was texting their FBI handler when the riot and the chaos unfolded that day. But we did not know the exact extent of the FBI's informants and the amount of coordination that had gone into this. This report basically revealed that of the 26 informants, 3 of them had coordinated with their FBI field offices before showing up that day, and the rest of them appear to have largely shown up basically of their own accord. So pretty stunning stuff. The report also revealed that the FBI had been getting some information from some of these informants about the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers movements in the run-up to the riot that had unfolded, but it noted that the FBI did not actually have primary responsibility for intelligence gathering that day. It had just been keeping tabs on these various groups and happened to have some information that it was collecting in the run-up to the riot. It had not anticipated a full-blown breach of the...
You see all these people in here? Nobody was instigating anything until a small group of people started agitating the crowd. And then some people just follow like the herd. They just follow like a herd.
Capital of that magnitude that day. This report had really been sought after by lawmakers for quite some time. They had been peppering FBI officials for details about the amount of informants they had, the amount of information that the FBI had in the run-up to the Capitol riot. So this report basically shed light on and gave the public more of a fuller picture of what transpired. The report also dinged the FBI for giving Congress some inaccurate information about the extent of its canvassing operations with these informants in the run-up to the riot, and it made a recommendation on how the FBI could prevent a similar mishap like that in the future. But this report is pretty stunning. Even though we had known that there had been informants, it really gives us a full picture, and it shows that, you know, even 4 years later, we're still learning stuff about the Capitol riot.
For more stories like these, be sure to subscribe.
You see the difference? You see how they didn't put that on the clip? That they gave the hearing to the world to see? Thousands of hours. Multiple angles. Surveillance. None of that came to light. None of it.
We can't hold this. We're gonna get too many fucking people. Look at this fucking vantage point, man. We're fucked.
We need an area for the house members. They're all walking over now through the tunnels. We're trying to hold the upper deck. We're trying to hold the upper deck now. We need to hold the doors of the Capitol. I need police support. We lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back up to the upper deck. All MPD, pull back to the upper deck. ASAP.
Okay, H208 with 4 members. The door's barricaded. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
In fact, officers still remaining on the house floor, on the third floor, to use the subways themselves. It's time to evacuate so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy.
So they have security officers, guns drawn, ready to shoot whoever invades their space. Did they protect people that were defending their houses with weapons drawn? No, they didn't. They put them in jail. Remember that couple, that white couple over there in L.A., out there with his AR-15, I think it was, that he had? Yeah, protecting his property. They didn't shoot anybody, but they went to jail. How does that work? If you agree or believe that Pop's barbershop should be burned down to the ground and do and say nothing about it, you have no say on January 6th. Was it Missouri? Thank you, brother. I don't know. It's a white couple. I thought it was in L.A. But you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. That is my point. That is my point. I don't believe that these politicians are not better than we are. They are just citizens, like all of us. They have been entrusted to take care of us. Not but welfare, but allow us for the pursuit of happiness. Protect us. Make laws that will protect the United States of America from illegals trying to cause harm to us. That's what they're there for. And instead, they are the people that are hurting our country. Man, I just wish that I had like a really fun show one day without any libtards coming in here trying to, I don't even know why I try to make sense to them. It doesn't matter what I show them. It is what it is. It is what it is. We're not even going to go through that whole shebang. It's crazy. And so after they show all this little crazy violence or whatever, of course, you got to emphasize on the Trump flag, 2028, 2024, 2020. And that's how they finish the video. That's how they finish the video. Why is this video still in YouTube, but not the rest of the videos from other bloggers? Why is that video available and not the other videos? I just can't believe that I can't find them. I can't find them.
We also know that in January, but also throughout the summer, that the president was very vocal in making sure that we had plenty of National Guard, plenty of additional support, because he supports our rule of law and supports our law enforcement and offered additional help. And even furthermore, he went on to say that even in January, that was a given. As many as 10,000 National Guard troops were told to be on the ready by the Secretary of Defense. That was a direct order from President Trump, and yet here is what we see. All kinds of blame going around, but yet not a whole lot of accountability. That accountability needs to rest where it ultimately should be, and that's on Capitol Hill. Now, we here at the Epoch Times, we reached out to both the Pentagon as well as the office of the Washington, D.C. mayor for comment, but have yet to hear back. However, a fact like this, that President Trump offered to send as many as 10,000 troops to Washington, D.C., is somewhat of a wrench that was thrown into the narrative that he incited the riot. And the entire impeachment, by the way, centered around the allegation from the Democrats that President Trump incited the violence at the Capitol in a speech that he delivered over at the White House. However, besides the fact that he offered to provide National Guard troops ahead of the event, there is another growing body of evidence eroding the incitement allegation. That growing body of evidence comes in the form of criminal complaints as well as affidavits which indicate that the Capitol breach on January the 6th was pre-planned, which of course totally undercuts the allegation against President Trump that he is guilty of incitement of insurrection. So what exactly is this evidence? Well, a number of FBI affidavits that were filed in support of different charges against people who breached the Capitol building show evidence of pre-planning. Now, by the way, if that's the case, as these affidavits suggest, then that would reinforce the argument against impeachment. Namely, that the people who attended the event could not have been incited by the president to break into the building if they had already pre-planned to do so. Senator Lindsey Graham, during an interview, he said it this way: "There's mounting evidence that the people who came to Washington pre-planned the attack before the president ever spoke." And furthermore, Donald Trump Jr., he said in a tweet last month, "If these federal law enforcement agencies had prior knowledge that this was a planned attack, then the President of the United States did not..."
Again, if you're going to tell me that Trump pardoned January 6th, I need you to tell me why. Why did he pardon them? Or did you just read the headlines that said Trump pardoned these criminals? Why did he pardon them?
Incite anything. Now, we here at the Epoch Times, we reviewed some of these affidavits, and they indeed showed evidence of pre-planning. For example, an affidavit filed in the case against Thomas Caldwell said this: "As described more fully herein, Caldwell planned with a few other people, Donovan Crowell, Jessica Watkins, and others known and unknown, to forcibly storm the U.S. Capitol. Evidence uncovered in the course of the investigation demonstrates that not only did Caldwell, Crowell, Watkins, and others conspire to forcibly storm the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th, they communicated with one another in advance of the incursion and planned their attack." Now here, before we move on, I want to make a very special mention that these people in that affidavit have not been found guilty of any crime in a court of law yet. And we're in America, and they are innocent until proven guilty. But that's not the point. In these affidavits from the FBI, they are presenting evidence of pre-planning, which, if that's the case, does indeed undercut the argument that people were incited to insurrection by President Trump's speech. However, regardless of those facts, the impeachment trial in the Senate is now officially underway. Yesterday was the first day in the Senate impeachment trial, and over the course of about 4 hours, House impeachment managers, as well as President Trump's attorneys, presented their arguments for and against the constitutionality of the trial. And in the end, all Democrat senators, as well as 6 Republican senators...
The bottom line is, Democrats will punish you till death if they can. And yet they support Antifa and all these people destroying and committing vandalism on federal buildings, disrupting the peace. They don't do anything to them. Nothing. So go ahead and bring January 6th again. And the reason why he pardoned them is because he thought President Trump felt that they were mistreated. They were not treated right. They held them waiting for court. They held them for a very long time, punishing them as if they were guilty without even proven guilty. And that's not how it works. That's not how it works. So yeah, he pardoned them. So now tell me, why do we have Antifa and all these rioters running free rampant across the country? Why don't those criminals get put in jail? You know why? Because Democrats defend them. So shut the hell up again about January 6th. Tired explaining these damn things to these libtards. They just will never learn. You guys went to the Leering Center and you forgot to leer something. Ozzy says Parler was shut down because of intercepted texts between Antifa punks being shared that exposed their plans to be at the Capitol wearing MAGA hats. Man, I don't know why. Speaking of MAGA hats, I am hungry for some pizza. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not going to stay mad. But I'm going to stop trying to explain January 6th. And it's crazy how every time I go and try to look for information on January 6th, all those videos of people walking peacefully inside the building, somehow they're not there anymore. I think there's one. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this one. Let's see. Let me see. Come on, Tucker. Let's take a look. Tucker Carlson made a video. Yeah. Yeah, I think this might be it. Now, I want you to look at these rioters right here. This is a video from Tucker Carlson.
All right, a bit of a fact check this morning after Fox News host Tucker Carlson aired previously unseen video of the assault on the Capitol on his show last night. What Carlson did is use selected clips from surveillance tapes provided to him by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to claim.
Hey, get these guys out of here, man! They're well, wait, not this ones. They're not being violent. They were invited to come inside.
Falsely that journalists and lawmakers lied about the.
That guy even picked up a piece of wood that was on the ground, some sort of stand. The most violent in there is somebody took down the lines, the line makers.
January 6th attack on the Capitol. Scott McFarland is in Washington. Scott, good morning to you. You've been following this very closely. What stood out to you?
Yeah, Tony, good morning. The narrative last night ignores the tens of thousands of pages of court filings we've read and the tonnage of footage already released by the Justice Department and shown in open court. And it ignores the powerful and at times tearful accounts of injured officers who are testifying under oath. Carlson called January 6th, quote, mostly peaceful and meek with a small percent that was violent. He showed limited, edited footage Monday night on his program that draws an audience of 3.5 million viewers and pointed to images of a few protesters shuffling through the halls of Congress. But our CBS News review found more than 300 people charged with actually assaulting police amid the mob. And body-worn camera like this shows attackers using spray, sticks, baseball bats, stolen riot shields, sometimes their bare hands to beat police officers and damage the Capitol. In the days after the attack, 5 officers who served at the Capitol that day died. That includes Capitol Officer Brian Sicknick. Carlson showed video of Sicknick, who died one day after the attack, walking through the Capitol. Carlson saying, Sicknick, quote,
what? That was weird, right? You got to admit, that was weird. Dead men walking, so to speak.
Looked healthy and vigorous. But according to the report from the D.C. Chief Medical Examiner, Officer Sicknick died after suffering 2 strokes at the base of his brainstem caused by a blood clot. He collapsed hours after being assaulted by the rioters. His family released a statement to CBS News Monday night saying in part, on video, Officer Sicknick looks like he managed to shake off the chemical irritants and resume his duties. His sense of duty sent him back in and no doubt contributed to his succumbing to his injuries. The chair of the House January 6th committee blasted Speaker Kevin McCarthy for giving the footage to Carlson to, quote, spew lies and propaganda. The speaker defended his decision, saying those tapes belong to the American public. Tony?
Scott, you've covered this for 2 years. There have been all these court cases that you mentioned. Have legal teams, defendants been given access to video like this? What have you learned from the judicial?
On Shaman asking why some of the quieter moments involving Chansley didn't surface at trial. Well, Chansley pleaded guilty and didn't go to trial, and he admitted breaking a police line and riling the crowd. Gail, about 500 people have pleaded guilty in their roles that day, and the FBI is looking to arrest 260 more.
It is astounding. Thank you, Scott. Listen,
well, there you go. If they want to feel guilty, go for it. What is this shit? What is this? What's going on here?
President Trump's inauguration. Protesters lined part of the parade route, and in some parts of the Capitol, there were confrontations.
Peaceful protesters when Trump won.
With police. And tomorrow here in Washington, a women's march and demonstrations planned across this country. ABC's David Curley witnessed the protests firsthand.
The anger reaching a boiling.
Not my president, not my president, said the real peaceful Democrats, the ones who want to save democracy.
point in the nation's capital after President Trump took the oath of office. Police in riot gear facing off against the protesters just 6 blocks from the inaugural parade. Unleashing pepper spray, concussion grenades, all to disperse the crowd.
They've been using pepper spray out of canisters. So you have the bulk of the protesters right here, and here's the police line right at 13th.
Trash cans, and then 3 vehicles set on fire.
2
Of course, burn the American flag.
vehicles have been ignited. The fire folks have just moved in.
Many of the protesters cloaked in black with their faces covered.
The protesters had filled the street with several trash cans, and now police and fire are trying to move them out of the way.
Earlier in the day, self-proclaimed anarchists smashed Washington storefronts with hammers. Across the country.
Hey, there we go. Libtards, you think those people should be in jail too? Why do Democrats protect these guys and not the other guys?
There were other but peaceful protests in dozens of cities from Boston to Minneapolis. These people forming a human chain across the Golden Gate Bridge.
And you can hear the choppers actually flying over us tonight. David Curley joins us from Franklin Square. David, what's the scene like right now?
Well, the crowd is largely dispersed, David. Just a couple of dozen still here, but police are standing their ground, standing their line with batons in hand.
Let's take a look at another one here. Let's see what this is. Join the resistance.
Washington police reported many arrests as thousands of agitators determined to mark Donald Trump's inauguration with protests.
Communist, resist.
Masked and black-clad anarchists clashed with police lines less than a mile from where Trump stood to take the oath of office. Corporate symbols were targeted as Starbucks and Bank of America were vandalized.
Bank of America got vandalized, guys. The peaceful protesters. Look at that. Yeah, Democrats are just so peaceful. You see that? That's Antifa. That's their communist. That's their communist resist right there.
Groups also linked arms to prevent Trump supporters gaining the parade area, at times bringing the two camps dangerously close. Police kept them separated to prevent more violence.
Oh, here we go. Shame.
Washington was not the only venue for protests, as anti-Trump crowds took to the streets in cities across America.
As we heard, there were vocal opponents of the president, thousands of them protesting across Washington throughout this day. Most of them were peaceful, but a number of incidents turned violent late this afternoon. A limousine was set on fire downtown. Smoke could be seen for blocks away. And protesters hurled trash cans, flash bombs, and objects at police who used pepper spray in return. By this evening, at least 217 people were arrested. 6 police officers were injured. Jeffrey Brown and our team have been out on the streets all day. Here's what they saw.
It was a disparate group of protesters coming together to march, express their resistance to the new administration, and air their anger at what some see as an illegitimate president.
I couldn't just sit at home and let this be like Trump's administration be normalized.
Robbie Disu is an organizer of one of the lead umbrella groups called Disrupt J20 Inauguration Day.
Our goal is to disrupt it, just like our name says, and we've definitely been disrupting it all day.
Disrupting, but in a few moments from now when we're talking, Donald Trump will be president.
Yeah, but we were not under any impression that we would stop him from becoming president. The point is to set a tone of resistance from the first moment.
They know they can't stop it. It's just setting up the tone of resistance. And what do they do from there on? Fight against President Trump. Impeach the mofo, they say. Oh, you guys, man. The left side needs to wake up. You need to wake up. Stop hating President Trump and open your eyes so that you can see what's going on.
That he's in office.
One act of disruption at security checkpoints leading into the National Mall, demonstrators attempted to block access to the inauguration, chaining themselves together and refusing to move. In another, protesters shut down part of a major highway near the Capitol. McPherson Square here in downtown Washington, D.C. has been ground zero for protesters all day. From here, different groups have fanned out around the city, some marching peacefully, others more violent. At times, the peaceful burst into the violent. After a tense standoff at 12th and K Streets, police used pepper spray and flash grenades to disperse the crowd. Elsewhere, protesters dressed in black threw rocks and flash bombs and smashed windows, leading to more confrontations, injuries, and arrests. These demonstrators used tactics associated with so-called black bloc anarchist groups, long prevalent in Europe, often seizing the moment amid more peaceful protests. This afternoon, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said in a statement, "Again, I respect your right to peacefully protest, but the damage that has occurred today is unacceptable and not welcome in D.C." For most who came out, though, today was a day to come together and plan for the future. I spoke with this couple who came from New Hampshire.
There's a lot of folks who feel like they aren't heard, that they're not represented, that their voices do not matter in any way, shape, and or form. And it's just reminding folks that even though he is president, we respect that fact because that fact is a fact. That does not mean that over the next 8 years, whatever ends up happening, that those voices won't matter, that those voices will not be a part of the conversation, that those thoughts and those opinions will not be a part of the conversation. I just want to make it a point to say that they will.
The National Park Service gave out 22 permits for First Amendment events, considerably more than in previous inaugurations, when some half dozen were requested. More than 3,000 police and 5,000 National Guard were on hand, and security expenses for the day are expected to exceed $100 million. Protests today also occurred well beyond Washington, from marches in Denver to across San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge and around the world. In London, demonstrators unfurled banners from bridges with messages for the new president, among them to build bridges, not walls. In
Yeah, and how are they doing today?
Tokyo, hundreds of people, most of them women, marched through the night streets in protest of Mr. Trump's presidency.
And Jeff joins me now. He's still in downtown Washington. Jeff, you've been there all day. Where do things stand right now?
Well, I mean,
of America. Comrades, we know that this is the moment for our movement. It always feels like it, but this is the moment. We know that we're at a center in fighting fascism, and we are the people that are going to be successful in pushing back against those that, again, remain silent. Before I begin, I want to ground myself in my roots, not only as the daughter of Palestinian immigrant parents, but as a girl that was raised in the most beautiful blackest city, in Southwest Detroit neighborhood, where you found 20 different beautiful ethnicities, where movements are birthed. It's where each neighborhood has its history rooted in a movement that grew from the streets, not City Hall. Movements that grew from the ground up, not legislative branches full of sellouts in corporate boardrooms. Detroit, my siblings, has seen firsthand the pain and the hurt of policies rooted in racism and capitalistic schemes that keep our families in survivor mode. If there is any city that can take down fascism, it's my birth city. Detroit versus everybody is not a cool phrase. It's the truth of our struggle, especially our black neighbors who have done it unapologetically. This is a city that taught me that institutions like Congress weren't built for people like us. Community mothers like Lila Cabell, who worked with Rosa Parks, Grace Lee Boggs, they taught me as a young organizer, and they understood that transformative change in our country always comes from us not the White House, and not the United States Congress. Both of these institutions didn't care about the right to organize unions or passing the Civil Rights Act or the Voting Rights Act until people pushed them from the outside in. We all know how terrifying this current political climate is. We have watched in horror for years as both Democrats and Republicans have ignored working class to carry out wars to help the 1% and the billionaires, and now, a genocide of the Palestinian people. This is a room that understands, and we know this. They would rather send bombs and money to a rogue, violent apartheid state than fund free health care here at home. Both party establishments should forever be condemned by their immoral participation in one of the history's worst crimes at every expense of the American people. You know what my colleagues don't understand, and they don't want to acknowledge that all across the country, every corner of our nation, people who do not share my faith nor my ethnicity are demanding an end to the funding of the genocide, to the war crimes, the forced starvation. The majority is with us. I watched them in caucus bring in poll after poll. Not one of them poll people on whether or not they want to stop the funding of the genocide. There are too many warmongers in Congress. Many of them profit from the defense contractors by owning stocks in war manufacturing companies. So when I watch them press the button, the yes button, for the bloated nearly $1 trillion defense budget, they benefit personally. But when I see them do that, I know it's years farther away from Flint getting clean drinking water and all across the country, that it takes us farther away from actually fixing and having universal health care, because right now we have sick care. It takes us further away from understanding the working people should be at the forefront of what our government funds for them to be able to thrive, not just survive.
Hey, we're going to take a pause here to acknowledge the cutting edge has been taken off. Sorry, buddy. You have been taken off. You are no longer the stream boss of this chat. And that's right. I made her watch the whole thing. Ron's the man, the big boss, el jefe, el patron. You own the stream chat of today until somebody else takes you off.
Every Palestinian who was killed with U.S. weapons was killed because members, including Presidents Biden and Trump, believe Palestinians don't deserve to live. They think and believe in those racist tropes that have made...
That's crazy. He's never said that. None of us never said that. We always say free Palestine from Hamas. Her hate is towards Israel, period. She doesn't love us either.
...made Palestinians disposable in their eyes. But DSA, we have always been rooted in a growing anti-war movement in our country, one that is centered on dismantling capitalistic systems.
So she's anti-war by warring against us here domestically, against her own country, her own citizens, but not against the terrorists and the tyrants across the world that are trying to harm our country.
Systems that benefit from death, extraction, oppression, and pain. From Detroit to Gaza, DSA knows that when we say free Palestine, we are also saying water is a human right, healthcare for all, fuck wars, end mass incarceration, abolish ICE, housing for all, and so much more.
Oh, she dropped the bomb, the F-bomb. I guess Democrats don't have a problem with words. I guess we can insult each other. That should be okay. F-ICE, she said. Yeah, it's all good, guys. We are now putting the truth out there that Democrats like to use the F word. We should be allowed to as well. I like how she said, everybody free housing. Is that right? Is that how that works? Okay.
The violence against our people doesn't have to come in a form of a gun or a bomb. The system and structures around us kill our people, our neighbors. It's the same effect. That's something that DSA continues to show them over and over again. Our government is scared of the strength of our movement, and they're increasingly desperate. Y'all, I watch them. Desperate. Repression shows how weak they really are in the face of our people. We must continue to demand complete arms embargo of all weapons to the Israeli government. You all know this. And I say this honestly with love. I don't care what you call it or label it. A weapon is a weapon. Either you want to end the funding of the genocide or you don't. You can't sponsor the Block the Bombs Act, yet you vote for more funding to the same country that is committing the genocide.
You can fund the blacks, she said. She had to catch herself on that one, didn't she?
Aside. You cannot sign letters expressing concerns over the forced starvation while enabling the same Israeli government to commit the war crimes using access to food as a weapon of war. You can't boycott Netanyahu's speech. Yet you meet with him later and even spread the racist rhetoric and lies of the government.
I want to point out to you guys, my American patriots, for those who keep saying that Israel tells us what to do, Israel is in control of what President Trump is doing. Let me remind you that Trump has been saying all of these things about Iran for over 3 decades. This is not Israel telling us to do this. We were just waiting for Trump to get in office so that we can go and take over, so that we can go show them how things are done. So Netanyahu is not controlling Trump at all. Trump is doing what he's always said that he was going to do. And that's exactly what he's doing, and I voted for that. So I support him. And yeah, gas is going to go up. Yeah, you know, we're going to have a little bit of inflation. But hey, what the hell? We had a worse inflation under Biden. We lived through it. It's not the end of the world. So let's at least enjoy the fact that terrorists are getting what they've been asking for 47 years. Oh, I love it when she opens her mouth. Oh, I mean, Robert, don't get too excited about that.
Continues to be rooted in anti-Palestinian racism and Islamophobia.
Not once have we said anything horrible about Palestinians. As a matter of fact, Israel has sent tons of food and water, and Hamas has been taking that away from the people. And yet, this moron right here blames Israel and the United States.
If I'm not clear, let me make it more clear for Congress.
Oh.
Weapons are weapons. Genocide is genocide, no matter how much people avoid the word. I mean, listen carefully. The elected leaders of Israel are using the language of genocide and ethnic cleansing. Listen to that.
Yes, they are saying from the river to the sea. That is genocide talk.
It's past time that my colleagues stop making excuses, trying to strategize, and think that somehow there's a strategy around genocide.
Blame the Congress for trying to strategize. Trying to strategize to make things better. What's wrong with that? What does she want us to do? Does she want us to go take Israel out? What is she accomplishing with this speech? All I hear is hate, hate, hate. I get it. But what are you trying to accomplish? It sounds like she wants us to destroy Israel.
I just simply asked them, when they asked me what they should do, I said, poll your district like you poll them on every issue. The majority of them will say, stop the funding of the genocide. War criminal Netanyahu has announced plans to forcibly expel the entire population and permanently take over Gaza. This is the final stage of the genocide. Colleagues will tweet about it, express concern.
First of all, Israel was wrong. Israel should have never allowed them to stay in Gaza. See, it's kind of like the same problem that we have here in the States. When you allow illegal immigrants to come into this country, then you can't get rid of them. Once you open the border, it's going to be very difficult, if any, to be able to get rid of them. That's how it works. This is why in so many histories, there has been cultures completely extinct. Because they keep doing that. They keep bringing that resentment, and they bring this horrible history, and they revive and revive and revive this hateful rhetoric. Even if those people are not doing anything wrong to them. Just learning how bad a history was in the past, that's enough for them to incinerate everything that they touch. Listen, I was in second grade, and I was having this rage against Spaniards because I learned the history of my country. But thanks to God, I realized that all those atrocities, there's nothing we can do to change it. But I can choose to understand what we have today. If I didn't speak Spanish, if we didn't speak Spanish, we would still be killing each other if we were still native savages. Because we were savages, period. We were so savage, we were killing each other. Some people thought that sacrificing yourself to a god was an honor. No, I think dying for your loved ones, that is an honor and a sign of love. So I don't hold resentment towards Spaniards. Not at all. By now we are all mutts. Everybody's guilty of something. As a matter of fact, everybody around the world has always been guilty of something. That's why I depend on Jesus Christ.
But won't use the power of their vote to stop sending the money and the funds. But there will be a reckoning. There will be a reckoning for these monstrous crimes. And the excuses of war criminals and those genocidal funders and cheerleaders will not save them from the justice that they will see in their communities. I always get emotional on the floor because if you've ever heard my speeches, I sometimes say this. I wonder if they imagined that they weren't Palestinian, would they finally...
She needs to learn to forgive. That's not crying of joy or sympathy. That's not the same emotional take that I take. It's different. She cries out of resentment and pain and hate, not out of love and forgiveness.
I wonder if they didn't imagine that they were Palestinian. Just close your eyes, I tell them on the floor. Imagine they were Palestinian. Would you finally see them worthy of life? The dehumanization started way before I came to Congress, way before. They continue to spread unbelievably untruths about the Palestinian people, somehow making them less mothers, less children, less human. Some know the truth, but they are cowards who stand up, again, will not stand up for their districts. You know, I read a quote from a journalist, Omar, and you all have probably seen this, but it's an important quote because I know exactly what he means because I feel like it is going to happen. He said, quote, one day when it's safe, when there's no personal downside to calling it a thing, downside to calling a thing what it is, when it's too late to hold anyone accountable, everyone will have always been against it.
You know, what's crazy is that she says that we are dehumanizing Palestinians, but she's the one that supports Hamas. That's what all this rage is about. She supports Hamas. You guys didn't know that, right?
But we all know, DSA, that Palestine and countless places around the world, before and after, have been testing ground for the disgusting alliance of American politicians and capitalists to innovate new ways to starve us, to torture, and kill people who demand their rights. And those tests are now echoing back across our country every single day. Masked ICE thugs are terrorizing our beloved neighbors. Trump and his ghouls are systematically dismantling our government to make us sicker and poorer while billionaires get richer. And the racists and bigots feel more empowered than ever to spew their cowardly hatred and violently lash out. At the same time, we're seeing unprecedented resistance organically taking to the streets to protect our communities. Residents come up to me and say, this is the first time I've ever done a protest. I'm so inspired by the countless videos I see of ordinary people putting themselves on the line to protect each other. ICE Watch, mutual aid organizations are springing up all across the country. Workers, our beautiful workers, are unionizing and winning. I know, because I've been in Detroit all my life, and Detroit has been on the front line of workers withholding their labor and forming unions so they could actually live. And today, they strive victoriously for higher wages and no tears in the United States or in Mexico. There is a revolution energy in the air. It's the first time I've ever felt an alliance of people that are anti-war, but they're also anti-billionaire class pushing back and saying, tax the fucking rich. It's our duty, DSA, to cultivate this power, people power, into a force that can fight fascism and win. A united front is needed in order to beat back savagery. I need you to do that. When you caucus, when you come together, understand this is our duty, this is our responsibility, this is our moment. You don't need to tell me that the Democratic Party establishment has completely failed to present meaningful resistance to this billionaire class, to Trump and fascism. Their donors are the same in the end of the day. They serve the same interests, capital and empire. This is the first time, again, they've seen the lowest favorability since 1994. We already know why, but they're actually clueless as to why. But that's why DSA is so important. We're able to honestly, truly, authentically diagnose the problems facing working class Americans and fight for real change that addresses those problems at the root. The working masses, y'all, they're hungry for revolutionary change. And DS.
Okay. I just want to, when she says revolutionary change, do you know why we have a democracy? To vote. We have a democracy to vote to avoid civil war. You can question the legitimacy of the voting, of the elections. That's okay. Yeah, prove it. It just takes a few more days, but you can prove it. But to incite a revolution, to incite resistance, you are inciting revolution and resistance towards our democracy. You are attacking our democracy. If we don't listen to the negative side of this, we'll never learn. I've only watched clips of her speeches. But this whole speech, I can tell you this. When President Trump has a speech, I don't think I heard him say F them. He calls them names. Let's not forget Mondani when he went to the Oval Office. You call President Trump fascist. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. It's easier that way. It's easier if you just call me names. The Democrats don't have that. I don't know why. The people on the left somehow don't get it. Now, if you're a Democrat, obviously, and you think the way that I do, you are not part of that group. But the people that are out there protesting, that is the Democrats that I'm talking about. The socialists, the wannabe heroes of the poor class. They are just making them more homeless. They're making affordability worse. And they're so incompetent, they can't take responsibility, that the only thing that they can do is blame Trump. Because it fuels your anger. That's all they can do. Blame Trump. I find it disgusting.
They can grow as a political force when it focuses on organizing the people that the corporate Democrats and Republicans have abandoned for dead. Meanwhile, I've already seen this. At so-called institutes of higher education, students are harassed and punished by scared neoliberals using Trump-like tactics for protesting mass cleansing of a whole people. In my own backyard, the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Targeting, intimidating, bullying dissent on campus. But these students have got the president of the university, the regent members, and even the attorney general for Michigan so scared that the University of Michigan is willing to sacrifice its long, prestigious, and honorable name to cover their eyes to genocide. You know, people attack me all the time, oh, you're a social, democratic socialist, and I smile at them. And I said, you know, I'm a daughter of the UAW. And, you know, Michael Moore, the filmmaker, once asked me, you know, you're the eldest of 14, one of 14, how do you got straight teeth? And I smiled and I said, a UAW. And, you know, when my dad fought with his union for dental care, you know, people don't realize that moment of how incredibly beautiful that moment to get all his kids, line them up at the local dentist office, which ended up expanding, and my dad says that was us. But people don't understand. When I get asked that in the media, I said, I don't care, attack me, because I won't allow my neighbor to go hungry. Go ahead and call me the names you want, but I would not allow my neighbor to go without water. You see, we have to show people, not talk about it in resolutions or bylaws, and I say this.
I like she says, I'm not going to let my neighbors go without water while she's talking about wiping out Israel from the river to the sea. Isn't that hypocritical? F this bitch. This bitch, I have no respect for her. That hateful demon. Unbelievable.
It's lovingly a big sis. I know, I'm saying it lovingly. Please, trust is built by human connection and lived experiences as much as it is by knocking doors in communities. For DSA to live up to our potential, we have to be willing to grow ourselves. We need more members for more diverse communities in leadership roles, y'all. We are failing. And again, I'm telling you as a big sis, we are failing when a room like this only has a handful of our black neighbors. We need to be intentional. A lot of working class folks have strong historical ties to the Democratic Party. They know they have been let down. And they're looking for a new home. They want to envision the alternatives, and we have it. We have to get better at talking to people in an approachable way about the democratic socialism can mean to their lives. If they're looking fighting for a war on poverty. This is their home right here with DSA. We have to make the change we want to see, again, aligned with people, everyday people that are losing hope. Part of how we're already doing that is the very grassroots level. Just this week, DSA member Denzel McCampbell won his Detroit City Council primary election. He didn't take a dime from corporations. He didn't sell out. He knows at the roots of the issues and challenges in the community he's going to represent, inshallah, is watching DTE, the monopoly, this big utility company in our community. He watches them buy politicians, buying off silence in Lansing. His lived experiences is what drives him. And I believe, again, it shares our values. It's those lived experiences be highlighted and shown that he, as a member of DSA, is fighting against the monopoly, against the raised rates, against, again, the dehumanization it feels like when they cut your electricity because you're too poor to, again, pay for the high increased rates. This is what I'm talking about when we can, again, connect with people. I know that every person in here could win in a local election to help someone that help someone that they know get into office. A few hundred votes can change the trajectory of our communities. I won. I don't know if y'all know this. I know Detroit DSA knows this, but I won by only 900 votes in 2018. I didn't shy away in being proud DSA member. I didn't shy away in saying I'm not going to bow down to corporations. I was unapologetic.
She won only by 900 votes. I wonder where she got them from. We know where she got those votes from.
And we knocked 55,000 doors, and it was difficult. There was establishment Democrats in there. But we did it with love. We did it because we were going to connect with people in a human way. We were going to share our lived experiences, teaching people, again, for me, being a daughter of Palestinian immigrants, my dad only 4th grade education, my mother only 8th grade education, and I want to be able to represent the community that helped raise me with my parents. Those are the human connections and the stories and the lived experiences that need to be part of our movement. And again, we have to speak the language of people, and again, get away from just these messages and everything.
Wait, she says they got to speak the language. I agree.
The Democratic Party.
The English language.
Already does it, and they do a terrible job. And so I just want us, again, you know, laugh all you want, but every field organizer that works on my team leaves as a social worker, and they love it. We're helping people get through everyday challenges. But you don't have to be a DSA member to have been inspired by the primary win of Zahran Mamdani. I swear, every time I say his name, it makes my heart so full. And if that's not for you, every person, again, here can talk to their friends, their family, neighbors about politics. I always say work your backyard, and I'm not talking about physical backyard, the people around you, your network, again, that crew of people that trust you. Because we know that we can talk about class, about race, about gender, sexuality, and yes, tearing down the very system that will fund bombs abroad while we still don't have clean drinking water in Flint or all across the country. But we can do that, DSA, much better than any political party establishment. The rich and the powerful want us defeated, disencouraged, and tired. And I sometimes feel that way. But we must have faith in the power of the people to overpower billionaires and fascists who think they run our country. They don't get it. The power is in the neighborhoods, not Washington, D.C.
And she thinks that she runs our country to help her people in their country. That's not how that works. She needs to protect the American people if she wants to be in this country. But let me tell you, Americans, don't you be fooled. She is using you like the other Muslims in Congress and the Senate. They are using you, not helping you. You think you're being nice by playing good with them and loving them and this and that. You are being used. And when you're not useful to them, they will get rid of you. That's a promise. They will get rid of you.
So we are standing at a crossroad in American history. We are going to take this country back for our working families and defeat these pathetic, cowardly, hateful fascists. We're going to win because we don't have any other option. And yes, we are going to free Palestine. They don't have any other choice.
This was last year. I think she's failing.
Our movement isn't going anywhere, and we're just getting started. Thank you all.
The movement is gone. Our movement isn't going anywhere. Their movement is gone, man. That movement is gone. Right now, everybody, all they care about is Epstein files. It is the smoke screen so that people forget about all the harm that these terrorists are planning against us here in our homeland. We already won the war against the Iran regime. We got most of their missiles taken out. No nukes. That's a win-win for us. We destroyed their Air Force. They got no Navy. Gone. I say we won that war. We went there to make sure that they do not get nuclear weapons. And we won already. There you go. Justice for humans. Palestine doesn't even exist. That's not a country. But they should join Israel. Israel actually cares for Palestinians. Israel's a good country. They care for a lot of people. It doesn't matter how much people are jealous of them, how much they hate them. Yeah, well, let's see. Trust in snake, never trust in Israel and America. Trust in snake. Okay, spamming here, are we? Yeah, see, there you go, buddy. That's what that gets you. Listen, why don't you do me a favor? Go to the corner and think about what you did wrong. She lied because of the doctrine of the religion, Taqiyya lie, because it's permanent against the kuffars. Everyone don't believe in Islam. I don't know what that means. You lost me. Just retype it, but you don't have to super if you don't have to. Just retype it, brother. Retype it and read it before you send it. What's going on, Samuel? Welcome, sir. Welcome. Man, we only got 11,000 views. Come on, guys. I'm pouring my heart out here to you. We're getting a bunch of subscribers, but I think they are mostly leftists. They're not going to stick around. All right, here's some news for all the Californians.
Attorney for the Central District of California. Welcome to you, sir. I mean, this just looks like it's rampant. Does the governor have a lot to answer for here?
Oh, okay. Because it's permitted against the kuffars, everyone who doesn't believe in Islam. Oh, okay. Thank you, brother. Sorry about that.
Yeah, look, the federal government funds a lot of the hospices and the billions of dollars you're hearing about, but the state is responsible for administering these programs and oversight. And the problem with California, we've seen this with homeless funds, and now we see with hospice, there's no vetting and there's no checking on the people receiving the funds. State of California has a lot of blame there. But we here at the Department of Justice, we are now working with the Vice President's Fraud Task Force. We're laser focused on bringing criminal charges and arresting folks involved in this. And I think you're going to start seeing that here really, really soon.
Wow. All right. Well, Rep. James Comer suggesting that the taxpayers are on the hook for all of this California fraud. Listen.
There's at least $3.5 billion in hospice fraud, primarily in one county, Los Angeles County in California. That $3.5 billion price tag represents over 10% of the total bill for the federal government.
So what efforts are being made to make sure that taxpayers aren't on the hook for this?
Well, look, we're working hand in hand with Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz is responsible for administering the Center for Medicare Medi-Cal funds, and he's shutting it down. He's turning off the spigot of money going out. But this problem is so massive, and no one's done anything about it. The governor is all talk. They are not serious in the state of California of going after fraud. They let out half of the prisoners out of the state of California. They have basically decriminalized most criminal offenses here. They are not serious about crime. So the federal government's stepping in, and when we charge you, you're looking at serious prison time. And the only way you're going to get deterrence, Sandra, is when the public sees people getting handcuffed, arrested, and convicted and sentenced to long prison sentences. Yeah, and that's what's coming next.
To your point about the massive momentum here, this is Jason Miller on Fox Business last night talking about Secretary Bessent's latest initiatives to track down fraud and just how big this is getting.
Secretary Bessent is setting the rat trap, and I think it's going to snap in a massive, massive way. We're taking it nationally, and I think we're going to bring a whole lot of new folks out from the shadows and be able to catch them.
And what we've heard from Secretary Bessent, it's all hands on deck. So how massive an operation is this? And does the federal government have the resources to really wrap its arms around this and tackle it?
It's all about how we prioritize our resources, Sandra. So we have resources. Of course, we can't charge and go after every crime, but the administration, the president, the vice president, the attorney general has made it clear fraud is our top priority, particularly here in the state of California. And when the federal government puts its mind on something, we're going to go after it. And again, like I said, the task force with the vice president is just getting up and running. And I think you're going to see the results of that here really, really soon without saying too much.
Bill, can I finish up by asking you about the No Kings protests in Los Angeles over the weekend? Yeah. Obviously, we saw some of them escalate into absolute chaos. This is a kill your local ICE agent spray painted on the side of a building for all to see. I want to get your reaction to the weekend and, you know, how this is going to be addressed.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting, and this is what our agents, our brave men and women who are out enforcing immigration laws here have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. A lot of these agitators are enabled and encouraged by the political class here in California. But I want to be clear, what you see on your screen right there is a federal crime. We are looking for, and we will find that person, and they will be charged with a federal crime. We have charged more than 100 individuals with assaulting or impeding federal agents here, and we'll continue to charge people. And yes, we are convicting them, and we just convicted two ladies for stalking immigration officers who were going home from work. So it will not stop, Sandra, just like the fraud. It's not going to stop till people get arrested and go to prison because they don't think this is serious, and it's very serious.
Bill, thank you very much for being here today and for the update.
And that's the problem. That's the problem, that they don't take the problem seriously. That's the problem with this next generation and the mentality of this libtards. It's just, how can I not call them libtards? They're retards that pretend to be liberals. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh man. Well, I can't wait. Let me see. Let's watch the swearing of Colin McDonald.
Good morning. Welcome. We are here today because America has a fraud crisis. This is the most generous country on the planet. Every year, everyone in this room, your friends and your family, part with trillions of their tax dollars to help out their friends, families, and neighbors in tough times. And all the programs we pay into are premised on a high level of social trust, that our neighbors and friends will honestly participate in these programs, and the government will make sure that everyone is being honest. And what President Trump has discovered is that this has largely not been going on. A coalition of poor government within the federal government under the previous administration and blue states have made it so that billions and billions of dollars of American tax dollars go to fraudsters, both citizens and foreigners who come here to take advantage of America's generosity and largesse. That is ending today. And that is ending today because the president has convened the anti-fraud task force led by the vice president to make sure that these funds don't go out the door to fraudsters anymore. And equally as importantly, today we are here to swear in a brilliant prosecutor to restore deterrence, to make sure people are afraid to commit fraud because they are afraid of the consequences, and to make sure that people who do commit fraud go to jail where they belong. And that prosecutor is Colin McDonald, a brilliant career prosecutor from California who's worked for our brilliant Deputy Attorney General for the last year, helping get the Justice Department into shape after the Biden administration. He's prosecuted fraud cases, guns and drugs, political corruption. Colin McDonald has done it all. He is exactly the man for this job, to restore deterrence and to put the bad fraudsters in jail where they belong. And that is why we're here with his beautiful family to swear in Colin to his new position as Assistant Attorney General. And so with that, it's my honor to introduce the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, and Colin McDonald.
Well, thank you all for being here. Thanks, Andrew, for the introduction and for leading this important task force. I want to thank a few people before I get to Colin and his beautiful family. So we're going to go on for about 35 minutes just to see how well behaved your kids are, Colin and Janessa. So first, let me say thanks to Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche, our Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General, for supporting this mission. One of the things that we realized when we started to get into this job of combating fraud is that because the government had never really focused in such a holistic way on eliminating the fraud that's being committed against American taxpayers, we actually needed a new division within the Department of Justice. Colin is obviously leading that division, but it wouldn't have been possible without Todd and Pam helping us in setting up this office. I want to thank Colin, your beautiful family. You have 5 kids here, and I guess in age from 2 to 11, is that right? 13, 2 to 13. So you're 13, great. A beautiful crew, a great American family, and this is really a great American mission. As Andrew said, our entire social safety net, our entire idea of neighbors helping out neighbors, of Americans helping out Americans, is premised on the idea that only the people who really need these programs get them. And that when the American taxpayer sends money to a program, it goes to somebody in their community who has the legal right to be here, who has the legal right to actually benefit from these programs. If you don't do that, the whole thing falls apart. Our sense of social trust, our sense of belonging, our sense that we help each other out, but we help out the people in our community, not the fraudsters who are getting rich off of our generosity. That whole thing falls apart unless we take fraud seriously, and that's what Colin is going to do. And one of the things that Colin has talked to me about and that I've been kind of shocked by, even though we've been sort of living this anti-fraud mission for the past couple of months, is that when you have fraud being committed in this country, the Department of Justice has largely turned a blind eye towards it if it's under a certain dollar amount. One of the things Colin is going to do is make sure that no fraud, no matter how big or how small it is, no fraud is small enough or big enough to look away from. And I think that's going to reimpose deterrence. It's going to make fraudsters know that they're going to suffer some consequences, and it's going to make the American people know that these programs are being protected for the people who need them, because there are a lot of them out there. We want to help them, but we've got to get rid of the fraud in order to do it. So without further ado, what we're going to do is I'm going to swear Colin in. We're going to take some photos, and then I think Colin, actually, we'll swear Colin in, Colin will say a few words, and then we'll take some photos afterwards. So thank you all for being here. This is a great mission. This is a great family, and we're grateful to you guys for taking this mission on. God bless you. Okay. Without further ado, come on. Yeah, kids, come on up. They are looking sharp today. Okay. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Colin McDonald, do solemnly swear.
I, Colin McDonald, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties.
Discharge the duties.
Of the office on which I'm about to enter.
Of the office on which I'm about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here today. This is an important day for the United States of America and for the Department of Justice. And to begin, I want to say some words to some select groups of people that have made today possible. First, I want to start with a word of thanks to the President, to the Vice President, to Mr. Ferguson, to the Attorney General, to the Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Blanche, for having the vision to create this new division to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected and to ensure that there is confidence in our financial security within the United States. A hearty thank you goes out to those visionaries for creating the division that we are launching today. Next, to my teammates led by Deputy Attorney General Blanche and Attorney General Bondi, I thank you for the work that we have achieved together to ensure the safety and prosperity of America over the last year. Your hard work does not go unnoticed. Even while the people of America may not get to see it, they are sleeping well at night because you are not sleeping at all at night, tending to the public safety mission of the United States of America. To the American people, my promise to you is this, that I will work tirelessly day after day to ensure that if someone out there dares to steal your taxpayer dollars, that there might just be a federal prosecutor on the end of that bad decision, that no longer will we be uninterested in low levels of fraud. We will be interested in all of it. And if someone out there right now is deciding and determining whether they will file a false application to try to steal your taxpayer dollars, we're going to care about it, and we're going to find it, and we are going to prosecute you as hard as we can. What is the goal of this division? The goal of this division is to ensure deterrence, so that people who are right now being dishonest and stealing the hard-earned taxpayer money, that they make right decisions, that they are deterred. That is what justice is for, to ensure right and honest and good conduct. That is what the mission of this division is. And finally, to my family in front of me, this task that Daddy is embarking on is a big, big task, but it is not bigger than my task with you. You are my biggest task, and the devotion that I have for you will be the same devotion that I give to the people of the United States to fight for them, to ensure that they have the confidence that their government is doing the right thing, to identify fraud, and to prosecute those and bring justice to those who are perpetrating against it. That is my message to my children here today. And to all the rest of us, it is time to get to work. I am grateful for this opportunity to work on behalf of the United States, and I'm thankful for the confidence that the Vice President and the President has given and placed in me, and I look forward to honoring that confidence by doing the best job possible. Thank you.
Okay, so I know the plan is to have the family back there for photos, but this is a much prettier building, a much prettier room to do the photos. So why don't we just have the family join us up here? But before that, two more quick things. This nomination, this department wouldn't exist. More importantly, this effort to focus on fraud wouldn't exist without the President's leadership. So I want to thank the President of the United States for making this possible. And second, very, very importantly, the United States Senate actually did a quick, efficient job of confirming Colin McDonald. He got, I believe, every single Republican vote. He didn't get many Democrats, which reveals in some ways the Democrats don't care that much about the fraud mission. That's unfortunate, but as Colin told me before we went out, while the Democrats are so obsessed with not going after fraud, many of them didn't vote for him. I think by the end of this, the Democrats are going to realize what a mistake it was not to support this guy at this important mission of protecting the American people's money and protecting the social programs that we all, many of us have relied on for many points in our lives. So God bless you all for being here. Thanks for supporting Colin. And kids, why don't we come up and take a photo? Thank you.
The video for Brian. Brian thinks that I should take some English classes. Well, this is Brian right here. This is how he really talks.
Once a stronghold of forces loyal to captured dictator Saddam Hussein, the city of Tikrit, here in northern Iraq, is now firmly under the control of American forces. Or is it? These members of the Iraqi resistance movement, still loyal to Saddam Hussein, think otherwise.
The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing. Carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
Well, what do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying.
Oh,
but it's
you see how they condescend to us with their subtitles.
Oh, maybe it's teletext, you know, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext?
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80-something...
Hey, how come he doesn't need subtitles?
Well, obviously he's comprehensible.
No, and I'm not.
Look, if you...
I speak perfect English. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Round the ragged rocks, the Oh!
The situation remains as dangerous and volatile as ever here in northern Iraq. While the rebuilding continues...
What? I can't understand you speak English. Where are your subtitles now? Oh, you think you're so good. Look at me. I got subtitles.
Kerry Downs, Iraq.
Shut up!
Oh, for those people, bro, they're always trying to make fun of my English. I'm gonna have some I gotta make time, but I gotta work. You know what? Listen, I have to work. I have to work on my skills. I need to make videos. I'm going to have clips made up. Now, I don't have nobody work. This is just me here in, half of my room and, with my wallpaper and all that stuff. But because I can't use the other room. It's too loud out there. But I'm going to make some videos, man. I'm going to make some videos for every libtard comment that they make. I'm going to have something like this just to play just for them. Man, you know what? I'm glad that they had the signing because I do want to watch, some positive things. I do want to know that we're doing the best that we can to stop fraud and all that stuff, right? We want to have fun, but we also want to be, real and stay on top of things. Karen says, I haven't been here long, but I haven't noticed anything wrong with your English. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do have a slight accent. Now, it's a crappy accent because, so for one, I have the underbite, right? They compare me to the Mexican comedian. But my English, because I grew up with a lot of foreigners, right? And even some Americans that come from different states that have accents, my accent varies. And sometimes if I get like really pissed off and I'm in a conversation with you, it will probably turn out to be more like an Eastern, the United States East Coast accent. And I don't know, it just changes all the time. But I don't have an actual like Spanish accent. Like I wish I had a heavy accent like Antonio Banderas. You know what I mean? That would be a cool accent. And I wouldn't mind if people make fun of that. Uh-oh, what is this? Somebody's upset.
The end of this, if they're totally defanged, if they meet our objectives here in terms of nukes and missiles and Navy and exporting terror, if there are new people in charge who are willing to abide by some kind of an agreement, that is a net positive for us, for the world, and that's what we're waiting for.
That's the argument that we heard the last time they attacked them, and they declared victory. They said they annihilated their capabilities. So were they wrong? Were they lying? Were they misinforming us? What was the situation before? And then how did it deteriorate in such a short amount of time from then and now? We're talking a few months went by, and now there's this threat. We got to get them right now. They've never, by the way, explained what that threat was. They've never given any information to the American people about why it was urgent.
Well, wait, they do have missiles that can reach most of Europe. You know that.
Right, but the last
you think it's good or bad?
But the last time they did that, they said we annihilated it.
Right.
That's literally the words that they used. We annihilated their capability. That was this is the problem the president.
You want Iran to have missiles
this is
with
the problem
nuclear
the
weapons
president.
that can
the
hit
president
Europe.
set
Sounds like
an expectation. I don't. The president
Okay,
said
then
an
why are you
expectation
upset?
That I'm not upset. The president said he has annihilated them. That is the that is the goalpost that he's being measured against, his own words, his own hyperbole. So now that he comes back and says, actually, that wasn't what happened. Now this time we got it right. This time we've all blown them all up. Exactly. He has no credibility here because he already used all the platitudes.
So you're just prejudging it based on your own political views.
No, we're prejudging based on what he said.
That guy sounded like SoCal. It sounded just like SoCal, bro. We'll get some Democrats to teach us some knowledge. Let's drop it.
Tell me, why are you so in favor of criminals being in this country?
I just told you that 70% of the people that Trump is supporting literally are not convicted criminals for interior removals. I mean, I don't understand what about this.
You really buy into that narrative that little grandmas are walking around. Oh my God! Oh, let's get grandma. Let's kick her out of the country.
That's literally what they're doing.
That's not what they're doing. Cite one case like that.
Of what? Of
one case of the little grandma standing at the taco stand getting deported. You can't cite it. There we go. There we go. You can't cite.
Are you denying the fact that
no. I'm holding you to account because that's the narrative you're just running with, and then you can't cite a specific example.
What I'm telling you.
Again, this man is deeply disingenuous. Thank God you're out of politics. We don't need more lying politicians like you.
Well, we don't need.
We don't need more lying politicians like you. So tell me, why are you so in favor of criminals being?
Ouch. Well, I didn't see that one coming. What we got here? We are waiting. Also, you know that we have these court hearings about birthright citizenships. You guys know where I stand with that. Here's the thing that I want to happen. I want the Constitution to be amended because illegal immigrants or even just visiting people should not have American citizenship, meaning their children, of course. Birthright citizenship only falls under those who are under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. The argument has been made over and over, and as a migrant, I can tell you this. There is a lot of people that use asylum as an excuse to break the law and to come into this country illegally. A lot of people are uneducated. They're school dropouts. A lot of people are dropouts. They didn't want to get educated. They didn't want to be responsible for anything, and they come here. And then there is that group of people who actually want to live here, but in order for them to stay here, they got to be able to travel back and forth. Put an application for a green card, but they got to be able to travel back and forth. They have to show a way that they can support themselves. And that's what it's about. And I agree with that. So the way that I interpret the Constitution, and I share this quite a few times over here, so all my members, they know where I stand on this. Any migrant that comes to this country, if they're just visiting, if they're just temporarily traveling to the United States of America, they are still under the full jurisdiction of their government. That's just how it falls down. There's certain things that we cannot do against foreign visitors. They can go to jail for some time and then they will get deported. But I don't think that we can do jail time for the rest of their lives. I think something like that has to change. But here's the thing. When I became an American citizen here, okay, all of my children, because I have become under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America when I was a permanent resident, meaning permanent domicile, and then an American citizen, my children had the right to become American citizens if they were born here. Let me give you the difference on these two. If you are a resident or a permanent domicile, you are under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. A green card is like a temporary It's a temporary citizenship, meaning that you don't have the right to vote. But you have the right to come and go in and out of this country as many times as you want, to a certain extension. You got to be able to be in this country, or you can't be out of this country for longer than a few months. With that being said, residents, when I became a resident, any child that I gave to another woman in another country, they wouldn't be citizens because they were born in another country. But the children that I made that were born in this country, those become American citizens. When I became an American citizen, I got the right to vote. And every child, I could have had like 200 kids throughout the world. You know, I probably would have gone to the Philippines first, probably. Forget about that example. But any child that I made anywhere in the world, as I became an American citizen, I became under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. Of course, I got the right to vote, but now it's permanent. I'm a citizen. And so now my nationality is American citizen. So my children's nationality will be according to me, the father. And so any child above that was born outside the country would automatically become an American citizen because of my nationality, pending a paternity test, of course, and a lot of paperwork. But they would be citizens, and they will be able to come to this country whenever they feel like it. Okay? So that is a difference that I feel with this whole, coming in here, temporary, permanent residency, and then actually becoming a permanent American citizen. That's my interpretation of the Constitution. So the argument that I've gotten from the left is, well, if that was true, then the Constitution will not specify that to become an American president, you have to have birthright citizenship. You have to be born here, American, in this country. And so they say, the excuse is this, and I hope that you can see what I'm saying. So because they specified that to be a president, you have to be a birthright American, okay? And then when it talks about the people, it says persons. It doesn't specify citizenship. Now, the Constitution says that it was made for we the people, and that we should look out for our interest, for our benefits, right? Not the world, not visitors, Americans. And so I made the argument because they don't think things through. And he says, well, here it is. It specifies that you have to be born here, to be an American born here to become president. And I asked my leftist friend, and I said, I agree. I said, but why? Why do you think they had to specify that to be president, you have to be a birthright American citizen? I'm probably saying that wrong. Huh? Why do you think the Constitution has to specify that it has to be a naturally, I can't even think of the word, an American born in this country? Why do you think the Constitution had to specify? If you've listened to my show before, you will know the answer. Can anybody put that on the chat on there? Anybody that knows? Why does the Constitution specify that it has to be a born American citizen here in the States, in the United States of America, to be president? Why do you think the Constitution had to specify that? Let's see if we can get something. Kara says, if you cannot give up your loyalty to the original country, you should not be an American. I agree. Well, you have Rashid Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, a lot of these Muslim mayors, Congress people that are taking over, they have that dual citizenship. See, Muslims are allowed to do fake oaths. You can make an oath, but you don't have to fulfill it unless it's an oath to Allah. So you can make an oath to the United States of America. It doesn't mean anything. Isn't that crazy? Let's see. Victor is insulting somebody? I don't know. Anybody, go ahead, answer the question. Victor Rivera is an illegal immigrant. He doesn't like my answer because all his kids will be not American citizens. Anyway, so I tell you that because let me see if you actually put it on there. Yeah. The difference is that Israel is our friend. Israel is not chanting death to America. I'm Honduran. I got dual citizenship. I don't hate the United States of America. I love the United States of America. But these people don't. And that's a problem. The Constitution specifies that the president must be a naturally born, thank you, Jason, natural born citizen to ensure loyalty and reduce foreign influence. Okay. But the reason why they had to say it, because remember, it doesn't say, it says persons on the Constitution, right? Any person that it's that was born in this country, it has citizenship. That's the wording that goes around. Let me find it. That's stupid. That didn't sound right. Let's see. I want to be able to find the right sentence. The way that is interpreted is this way. It is interpreted this way. In the United States Constitution, a person refers to any individual. Now, I want you to understand why that doesn't make sense. It doesn't say the Constitution of the world. It is the Constitution of the United States of America. That is not Hondurans. That's not Mexicans. That's not Guatemalans. It's the United States of America's Constitution. It starts with we the people. We the people are only those who have the right to vote. Even women were not included in this yet. But because of the husband, they were called citizens. But they didn't have no right to vote. Correct? The 14th Amendment defines persons as all people born or naturalized in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction. That makes sense. Well, to me, it does. That makes sense. Defines persons, if we can put the people, defines people as all people born or naturalized in the United States of America and subject to its jurisdiction. It prohibits states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process or denying them equal protection. Okay, but that makes sense. But you have to is subject to the jurisdiction. Whose jurisdiction do Mexicans fall under? The American jurisdiction? No, the Mexican government's jurisdiction. While they're here, they're visitors. Whether they're here legal or illegal, it's irrelevant. But the reason why it has to specify that you have to be a naturally born citizen, American citizen, is because there is also naturalized, like myself. I cannot be a president of the United States of America, ever. So the Constitution has to specify there, but on the 14th Amendment, when it's defining persons, that means people. We, the people, is still talking about American citizens. Now, here's the thing, right? You got to remember, subject to its jurisdiction, not to the jurisdiction of the government, no, to its jurisdiction. Talking about the people here. Person versus citizen. The Constitution uses person for broad rights, right? Which it shouldn't be. I think that the interpretation of that is incorrect. Now, it's broad to naturalize and born, natural-born Americans and naturalized Americans. That's how I see the the broad view, right? It includes both. But this one, they say, the way that they interpret it says a broad right is applicable to everyone. Of course, every American, whether you're naturally born or naturalized, right? Birthright citizenship or naturalized, okay? It includes both. But this one, on the Google side, they had to put a parenthesis that it says including aliens. No, that's not in the Constitution. That is kind of making their what's the word? They're steering you to an understanding of it. And that's not how it works. And the specific and citizens for specific rights such as eligibility for federal office. So that can't be. That's not good. I think it was Karen. Karen just put it on there, right? She mentioned, of course, and everybody should know about this already. But imagine you have enemies like China grabbing a bunch of women, giving birth here in the United States of America, becoming American citizens, and them indoctrinating them according to what our enemies want to do against us. Do you understand that? So you have to be very careful with that. And I refuse to believe that the Constitution was created to destroy the United States of America. I can tell you 1778, 1776, these years, the 1770s, nothing like what we see today. I don't remember any Muslim fights in the history of the United States of America. Native Americans, settlers, migrants, I get that. But I don't remember hearing anything about Muslim wars. What I will tell you is this. 9/11, we shall never forget. And if you look at the thumbnail for this video on my list, the first thing that we did last year in New York was forget that a Muslim destroyed the Twin Towers. And all Muslims around the world celebrated that. That's just the way it looked like. So I am 100% correct when I tell you there should be no Muslims in any type of power, not in the police, not in the government, not in Congress, not in the Senate, definitely not in the presidency. 100% not in the presidency. Let me tell you how the enemy fights. We just obliterated practically Iran's regime, Air Force, and Navy. You know what we haven't accomplished? Getting Muslims out of our government and the police. Let me tell you what's going to happen. First of all, fresh, you're a racist. You're a dumb, ignorant, stupid-ass racist yourself. To talk about Muslim has nothing to do with racists. Don't be stupid. Religion has nothing to do with racism. Man, you guys are stupid for real. Like, I don't know. Man, the ignorance. Low IQ. I got you. Low IQ. First of all, they're going to get into Congress. They will become mayors. They will become senators. Eventually, the Muslim citizen will raise their son to run for office. Maybe as a vice president, as a speaker, as a president. And once you have all this Muslim in here, they're going to change our laws. You know why? Because the legislature, the legislative branch, makes the laws and change the laws as they see fit. And when they got the power from the executive branch and the support from the judicial branch, this country is effed up. 100%. 100%. I guarantee it. So I will insult the shit out of you if you're stupid enough to come and make a dumbass comment into my channel because I care about the future of this country. You want to be a Muslim? You're not allowed to have Sharia law here. You know what the rules are? If you're not allowed to practice Sharia law in this country, you got to go. You wouldn't be here. So if you are a Muslim, get your Muslim ass out of here. We don't need you in this country. You don't make this country better. You don't give nothing to this country. You don't stand up for the rights of the people. You don't stand up for our freedoms. You don't stand with us against terrorists. You celebrate Iran's regime. A dumbass people that have been telling death to America for 47 years. I want you to know it has nothing to do if you're a Democrat, Republican, it has nothing to do with that. But the facts are the facts. I just don't understand. What money, Joel? I don't make money here, bro. I don't make money here. What money are you talking about? You think Republicans pay me for this shit? I don't like Republicans. I don't like Democrats. I love this country. I love all this country. And there wouldn't be a problem. You can be from Cuba. Here, Marco Rubio. He's from Cuba. He's a Cuban descent, but he was born here. He's a Cuban descent, born in America. That guy loves this country. That guy represented the American people in the Senate. That guy deserves the right to be in office. It's a Congress, it's a Senate, it's a president. Absolutely, 100%. You know, you can come from a Muslim country and not be Muslim. Anybody that shows love for the United States of America, yeah, you should be in office. You should be in office. There are schools who are forcing children to go without lunch because others are fasting. Yeah, no, screw that. How come they don't let us practice our Christian beliefs in the schools? I see Muslim teachers when they should be teaching our children, they're out there praying on the mat during school hours. Use recess for that. Use your lunch hour. You can pray before school. You can pray on lunch. You can pray after school. And then when the kids are already done and you're done teaching the class, then you can pray 2-3 more times. Use your own time. Don't use our children's time. They need to learn. They need to learn. If you don't care, if you don't stand for this country, listen. At some point, you will make people racist. At some point, you will start a civil war. And this is what they want. This is what the enemy wants. It's been their plan all along. They use the stupidity of Americans to get away with their crimes. They found a weak link. Those so-called citizens of the world. Nobody's illegal on stolen land. They stole that. But none of these Democrats give it back, do they? They just had a no kings rally. The natives came over there and said, this country is not going to be for the natives until they give the land back. I want to see the first Democrats doing that. I want to see Ilhan Omar give the land back. I want to see Bernie Sanders give the land back. Give the house back. Sell it. Sell it. Let the chief move in. Give your stolen land back to the people. Gavin Newsom. Pocahontas. All of these people. Go ahead. Give the stolen land back to the people if you believe that. I will disagree with the native chiefs. Maybe at some point we have allowed people to come from all places. But let me tell you something. History shows me otherwise. If I would have came here in the times of the natives, I would have got shot with an arrow. I would have speak the language. I don't know what to say. The moment that they see me hunting on their territory, I'm gone. History says you don't cross this border here because this is the border for this tribe. This tribe is very violent. You don't want to be there. And so you have to understand, in order for you to know what's happening today, you got to be able to use critical thinking. And I'm going to tell you, there is a lot of low IQ people everywhere. I am not the smartest guy anywhere, but I have wisdom. I have common sense. You know what's funny is the people that don't even live in this country come in here and start making accusations. They come in and start insulting people. And I don't put up with that. I don't put up with that. I don't ban them from the channel, but they will go to the corner and think about what they did wrong. They want to act like children. We're going to treat them like children. Hey, Marta Martinez, how are you? All right, here we go. Let's take a listen.
How do you think it's going? I've heard the word, James just said skeptical. I've also heard the arguments are quirky. Is this a case that the administration, you think, is arguing the right way? And is it winnable, Professor Dershowitz?
I think it's winnable. I think they're leaving out one very important argument, which the justices are leaving out too. They're leaving out Article 5 of the 14th Amendment, which says the following: the Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. It seems to me it's up to Congress to decide who is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So the amendment itself says anybody born or naturalized and subject to its jurisdiction thereof. But it's Congress who decides who's subject to the jurisdiction. So Congress could pass a law saying, you know, if a pregnant woman passes through Chicago on the way to China and gets birth pains and suddenly has to be taken off the airplane and gives birth and then goes on to China and the child never touches the United States again, according to the ACLU, that person is a citizen of the United States. Congress could easily say that person is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Now, could it say that about...
Why do you think that
that's a hard
they
question.
haven't explored that? Why do you think they haven't explored that Article 5 then, that argument?
Because I think neither side wants this to go to Congress. I think the Trump administration wants the Supreme Court to hold that there's an absolute rule that says you can't be a citizen just because you're born in the United States. And the ACLU wants a rule that doesn't allow Congress to in any way interfere with birthright citizenship. So I think neither side wants to see Congress in this act, but it has to be. The amendment itself gives to Congress the right to implement this amendment, and it can do it in a way that makes sense. Look, birthright citizenship makes no sense at all if it's applied to people who have no connection to this country, who happen to have been born here, as many people are. So it makes sense.
Right.
What makes sense is a connection to the country, and then Congress can require that.
Well, Congress is not acting very functional with the partial government shutdown, so maybe they're just a little bit gun-shy there. Professor Dershowitz, I want to ask you about President Trump going in person. This is the first of its kind. Do you think that was a good move, no move? Do you think that they would put any pressure on them? Do you think it impacted the justices? I mean, obviously, it's an important thing. He signed this executive order on day one, but does this help, hurt, or sway, in your opinion?
No, it has no impact on the Supreme Court at all. He was sitting there like anybody else. Look, I'm not even sure he's the first president. I have never seen any evidence to suggest, for example, whether Thomas Jefferson may have gone to the Supreme Court to watch his cousin, Chief Justice Marshall. There were many other important cases. So I'm not sure that the media is right when they say no president has ever before sat in a
Got it.
but certainly not in recent memory. But there's nothing wrong with it. The president has the right to show his interest in a case. He's shown serious way by signing executive order and by showing up. When I was a law clerk in the Supreme Court, the brother of the president, Robert Kennedy, who was the attorney general, showed up for an argument. And that had impact. Justices all looked around. I think they even took him to lunch afterward. I'm not sure. But this is the president.
We can confirm that did not happen today, right? Okay, so aside from your point about that it's actually an argument that they're not exploring, you said it's winnable. Look into the crystal ball. Where does this go? When do we get the decision, and which way is it? And is there a way for them to make a decision but have it be sort of split the baby?
There is, but I think the court could say that absent congressional legislation, we have to take the words of the Constitution literally, but born or naturalized the United States subject to the jurisdiction. But it might say in dictum that Congress has the power to decide who is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. In that respect, it could split the baby. I don't think we're going to see outright victory for President Trump's point of view on this. It's conceivable we would see a victory for the other side, but it's also very likely that we'll see some intermediate decision. You never can predict how the court's going to come out based on oral argument, but the oral argument is trending away from the president.
Americanism includes all Americans, moron, and we're all Hispanic, black, Asian. It doesn't matter. All America. How the hell can Americans be racist when we are Americans of all different ethnicities? Get your low IQ ass out of here. This guy, bro. No wonder you asked that question. Oh man, when you guys question people, it makes me want to go read their comments to see what the hell that was all about. Check this one out.
Democrats fail to protect innocent Americans. They were busy using yesterday's protests to trash President Trump.
Donald Trump just has not chipped away at our democracy. He has taken a wrecking ball to the very foundation of what makes America great. We have an administration that is openly and brazenly breaking the law and is acting like the Constitution is optional. And while they are doing that, they are shamefully and blatantly lying about every single thing they are doing.
But according to Vice President J.D. Vance, it's Omar who's doing the lying. Vance said that this week that he thinks Omar definitely committed immigration fraud and is now looking to build a case against her. A spokesperson for Omar called the accusation, quote, ridiculous lie. But the tiny African nation of Somaliland, different than Somalia, is ready to help and is calling for Omar to be extradited to them. I say let's do it. Well, Democrats...
How about we see what they're teaching our children in school? Look at this, guys. No Donald Trump! No Donald Trump! No Donald Trump! No Donald Trump in the schools. Tell me this is what we learned when we were kids. Tell me, do you think this is how people are going to respect our democracy? You can call me and hate me and do whatever you want. But the fact is, Muslim countries, it is what it is. You can call me racist. This is a religion. It's not a race. Muslims is not a race. Muslims have the worst religion amongst all fake religions. Teaching our children to hate democracy. That's what they're doing. To teach them to protest against their president. This is the time where they should be learning how to read, write, math, etc. Civics, patriotism, respect and honor to the flag of the United States of America. No genderism. There's only two genders. No trans, no LGBTQ. None of that shit should be in the schools. At all. Even high schoolers shouldn't be protesting. This whole protesting thing is getting out of hand. Protesting is no place for a child, a minor for that matter. At least in school. At least you're in school for the elder kids in high school. But these kids, this is not the time that you teach children this. This is where we got a bunch of people on the streets acting like retards without respect for authority. Couple of white kids, mostly blacks. Now, I want to know, why did this teacher thought it was a good thing to do? I just want to know. Common sense. What would you say? Now I know why SoCal got. You are retarded. You are retarded. SoCal, how many times have I told you? You have been redeemed quite a few times by me. And yet, your retardation just comes back. What is the problem? You don't understand. There's nothing wrong. When you're in high school, you're about to become an adult. 10th, 11th, 12th grade. I got you. You're going to learn history, civil rights. I got it. Maybe even middle school, civil rights. That is not the time for them to be teaching them this. Protesting. That is not the time. See, that's the leftist brain. You see that? The leftist brain. You guys are destructing. What's the word? Destructible. No. Yeah, you're destructible. You don't build. You destroy. You don't give. You take. It's unbelievable. I wish that I had so many good things to say about people on the left, but everybody on the left, they just seem to have no common sense. They can't read or write, absolutely. Why are you teaching them to be emotional about something they don't understand anything about? Let them grow up. The libtards on the left, they keep telling children, you're a boy? No, you're a girl. Even though their biology says they are male and female. This is not the time for them to get this bullshit indoctrination in their brains. If you have a penis, you're a boy. If you have a vagina, you're a girl. If you got both, that's something different. And I think at that point, people can choose. But the fact is, there is no they, them. There is no gender fluid. None of that stuff. You know, when I see kids, you know, it used to be protect our children. Our children are the future. This is what you want them to be for the future? How about I want to be a doctor? How about I want to be a fireman? I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a judge. I want to be president. How about those things? No. I want to be an activist. I am going to protest. Yeah, that was fun when I was in second grade. Yeah, my teacher taught me how to be a libtard. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. It's crazy. It is crazy. My boy is 15 years old. He went out there and standing on a protest. He got in trouble. I'm going to tell you something, though. I couldn't stay mad at him. But I'm pissed at the school. I left him a very nice message. Very nice message. Nasty. And I said, if I find out that you're telling my son to go protest when he's supposed to be in school learning what the skills that he needs for his future, I will take your ass to court. I haven't seen protests from the school where my son goes to. Hopefully it stays that way. But my son has a good heart, and I explained to him, son, the next time you see somebody say F this, F that, don't join that protest. Why do I not go to protest? Because I'm not going to sit there and say F Joe Biden. I just can't do that. Yeah, people do it. Okay, I can't do it. I will refrain myself from cussing you out, Jack. I will refrain myself. There's a couple of fingers right there. Go sit on it. Anywho, you know, these are the things that we have to teach our children. If they make a mistake, we teach them about it. Tubbs, I don't know where the hell you're from. Trump is about to chicken out again. When has he chickened out? Have you not seen? Have you not seen the videos? Do I need to remind you? Do I need to remind you? I guess we have to remind people. All right, let me go back to my history here. Where is my video? Where is my short? Yes. Here we go. Come for me, he says. Come and get me, you coward, he says. Well, this is what happens when you call on the President of the United States of America who doesn't F around. Check this out.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, you know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
Don't play games with this president. He ain't chickening out. You crazy? Oh, man. People, man. These people never learn, man. You know. Oh, boy. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. It's not about Democrats. It's not about Republicans. But it is about the truth. It is about the truth. Something that Democrats have forgotten about. I am so glad that we live in an age where there was some technology to capture this and make them, well, prove to themselves that they are liars.
Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Not a single federal dollar, not a single federal dollar goes to undocumented immigrants. Not for Medicare, not for Medicaid, not for ACA. Why are they making up this lie?
That's himself. Chuck Schumer talks to Chuck Schumer. Why are they making up these lies when it was him? Oh, man. Unbelievable. And the people always making fun of my accent in here for some reason. For some reason. Don't make me play that clip again. Don't make me play it again. What is this? What? What happened
Texas
here?
is done building its own wall along the border. The state agency tasked with overseeing that construction provided that update recently after Texas poured billions into putting up dozens of miles of wall sections. Here now to talk more about her reporting into this is Sandra Sanchez with our partners at Border Report. Sandra, welcome back to the show and thanks for being with us as always.
Thanks for having me, Will.
I want to start off our conversation by having you remind us first about how Texas began this project to build its own border wall.
Right. This was started in 2021 when Texas Governor Greg Abbott formed Operation Lone Star. The state basically said that the Biden administration, in his opinion, was abdicating its responsibility to enforce the border and security. And so they employed National Guard troops, DPS troops, and said Texas was going to build its own wall. And Texas Governor Abbott has long touted that Texas is the first and only state to build a wall, and it did. It built 82.2 miles since of border wall since 2021. Much of it here in South Texas, in Zapata, Star, Hidalgo counties, and a little bit north of Laredo in the Del Rio area.
Okay, thank you for catching us up on all of that. I really was wondering about where the project ended up now, but what are some of the factors that went into Texas ending that effort to put up more border wall?
Basically money. Last year, if you remember, the Texas legislature cut off funding, future funding for border wall. Texas has spent over $3 billion to build the 82 miles. And this came about the time that Congress was debating the big, beautiful bill, and it seemed likely it would pass. It did. President Trump signed it into law on July 4th, and that allocated $46.5 billion in funds for federal border wall. And so, in my opinion, and I think others would agree, Texas kind of handed off, knowing that the federal government plans to build the border wall. This was, and so Texas, said, let's let the feds do it and let's save that taxpayer money here in Texas.
Yeah, and in your story that you reported about this to share this update, can you remind us about where that update came from? I believe there was a meeting that one of the state leaders was talking about the status of this whole project.
Yeah, actually, in your neck of the woods in Austin, the Texas Facilities Commission was charged with overseeing all of the border wall contracts. They had never done anything like this before, and the current interim director, William McCarroll, basically said mission accomplished during their last meeting, which was last month on February the 19th. He said, they're finishing up the last panels. There's a bridge that they're still building in Zapata County, but he said all of the crews have gone home, and this part of our history is complete. Interestingly, these segments do not connect. There are wide gaps, miles in between the segments, because as you know, 85% of all borderlands is privately owned, and the state just did not get the buy-in from ranchers and farmers and landowners to get easements to build the wall in the, they had intended 805 miles, but they didn't get that far.
Right, and Sandra, in your story too, what struck out to...
That is crazy, but that's right. That is the federal government's responsibility. And with that, I want to take 1 minute break, and I want to say thank you guys to my members, to my subscribers. Thank you for liking. Thank you for being here with me. I will be right back after this. Thank yous. All right, that's enough out of that. That's enough. Enough. Oh, hey, look at this. Los Angeles leads the nation. Well, what is this about? Let's take a look. Los Angeles lead the nation in massive population exodus as California faces their breaking point. I told you so. I told you so. You know, just like I told, the people in New York, don't vote for Mandani. All those free things are a lie. Weight loss drugs dent demand for food, leaving farmers scrambling. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. Look at that, man. I heard about this. What's going on here? Does anybody know what's going on here with this weight loss? What is it? Semaglutide injection? Let me look this up real quick. Need to lose me some weight. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Weight loss. Semaglut. Let's take a look. Oh, injections. Oh my gosh. 6 months supply, guys. 6 months supply is $1,000. $1,000. An injection here for sale is $112. Deliver by the 3rd. That means Friday. $100 injections. Delivered by tomorrow. Wow. Man, you know what? I'm one of those guys. I it's gonna sound bad probably. I when I get sick, I actually inject myself with some vitamins and other things that are supposed to be against the flu. So I inject the flu shot myself. Sometimes I do it on my arm, or sometimes it has to go on the cheek, depending on what kind of medicine it is. But I do my own injections. Yes, I do my own injections. I do my own taxes. I do my own plumbings, electrical work, my own sheetrock, my own taping, my own framing, my own building. I build a doghouse for my dog. Big doghouse. And I do a lot of things myself. I don't need somebody else to do them for me. I know how to pave. I know how to install what do you guys call those bricks in English? Paves? Is it paves? Pavers. Yeah, pavers. I know how to install pavers. I know how to paint in and out. I know how to roof. Doggone it, I can almost make a house myself. All I haven't learned is how to be an architect. But everything else, I know. So that's why they're happy with that stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. $100 a shot. $100 a shot. I'm running away if that happens, he said. Tonight at 6:23 p.m., for the first time in over 50 years, America is going back to the moon. Artemis II, among the most powerful rockets ever built, is launching our brave astronauts farther into deep space than any human has ever gone before. We are winning in space, on Earth, and everywhere in between, economically, militarily, and now beyond the stars. Nobody comes close. America doesn't just compete, we dominate. Absolutely. And the whole world is watching. God bless our incredible astronauts. God bless NASA, and God bless the greatest nation ever to exist, the United States of America. And that is one proud papa, the POTUS, the President of the United States of America, Donald John Trump. That's right. You don't have to like him. He's still getting the job done. Kit Kat launches official stolen Kit Kat tracker. Oh, man, you can't make this up, can you? Unbelievable. Rubio warns the U.S. may re-examine. We may re-examine NATO after allies block passage. Wait, sorry, block bases. Blocks bases and airspace. Isn't that crazy? I think that they wouldn't allow them to fly over. That's messed up, man. That is messed up. I say get rid of NATO. We don't need NATO. Honestly, guys, do we need NATO? No, we don't. Bring those billions of dollars back and give it to our troops. Forget NATO. They have shown their true colors. Sorry, Mark. I love Mark. But NATO's got to go. And I think that they can always join the United States as friends, but no more NATO. It's just a waste of time. It really is. It's just a waste of time. We're going to have to re-examine the value of NATO and that alliance for our country. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make. It's bigger than one mission, my friends. Bigger than one mission. NATO is useless. NATO does nothing for the United States of America. All they've ever done is destroy countries by allowing all these illegal migrants to be going to all these Christian nations. They don't do shit. We destroy the Air Force. We destroy their Navy from Iran, and they can't even go and escort the oil tankers. How useless is NATO? Useless. Artemis. Why? In Greek mythology, Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo. Apollo was a program that reached the moon. Artemis II is building the next chapter. Now, what they say is going deeper into space. What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's take a look, man. We got to take a look at this story. What is this? We just going back to the moon? First female astronaut to reach deep lunar space. First black astronaut to travel beyond low Earth orbit. First non-American astronaut on a lunar mission. But there's 4 people there. I don't know which one's which. Oh, here we go. Not a moon landing. 10-day crewed test flight around the moon and back. No lunar landing. NASA is proving its next-gen rocket and spacecraft can carry humans safely through deep space. Whoa. Wait a minute. Yeah. Robert already says it. Yeah, NATO's a bunch of kitty cats. I don't know. Some cats are pretty badass. They'd be knocking dogs out, man. That's crazy. They're big fighters. Let me take a look. What's going on here? Where are astronauts? Astro. On April 1st, this might be April Fool's joke, I don't know. On April 1st, 2026, man, what time is it? Oh my goodness, it's already 3. On April 1st, 2026, 4 astronauts are scheduled to launch on NASA's Artemis II mission for a 10-day trip around the moon and back. This is the first crew lunar mission in over 50 years. That's nothing, guys. I thought maybe they were going to go and fly down to Mercury and back. Maybe to Mars. That's what I was thinking. Mission to Mars. That's what I was waiting for. Anything that has to do with the moon, who cares? Who cares? Unless we go to the moon and we do a little bit more than just put the flag down. Okay? I want to see something happen on the moon. The crew will travel to the far side of the moon and back, reaching a distance farther into space than any human has gone before. Space, the final frontier. These are the... No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just joking, guys. Don't take my head off. Sometimes I get a little bit corny. Not horny, corny. And it happens, especially when I'm having a good time, or sometimes when I'm just hungry, just bored. We're going to come back. We're going to come back with the, let me see, what was that? We're going to come back with the live streaming of President Trump's announcement, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be here before it starts, hopefully. Guys, if you've been watching this video today, this live, thank you so much for being in here. All those haters that came in here and left some nasty comments, don't come back. For all of you guys who want to have a conversation, want to have a good time, you're always welcome in my channel. If you haven't hit that like, hit that like. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you want to become a member, you can also become a member and you can support me. I appreciate that. If you're watching the Dennis Herrera Show, I am Dennis Herrera, and I will see you all on the next one. Peace out!